Oh, hello everyone, and welcome to another little episode of Playtesting the Mind. Is it my mic working? I think so. No, it's not. Yeah, it is. Okay, perfect. Give me a second. So, today the idea would be two things. Like, we're gonna start by making the logic behind the game that we're gonna do during stream, and later maybe we're gonna start with Pseudo Regalia, which is a game about it's a 3D Metroidvania, which honestly looks awesome. Looks that it's very movement based, so we're gonna start with that, with the little structure of the project, right? So what we're gonna do is go to the page where I organize my project. Well, maybe it would be good to present to you a little bit about my project. So there it is. So yeah, this is gonna be the base of my project. So we're gonna present the game that we're gonna do for a while. Basically, well, I know that now we have this Metroidvania, the new wave of Metroidvania. Even before Silksong, everybody was talking about, and there's a lot of Metroidvanias that have come out. So I've always loved Metroidvanias, and I always had this idea of making my own. And well, this project is kind of a Metroidvania that talks about depression. So we are gonna work in the development plan today. So even before coding, I think the best way to get into the project would be to list the systems that we're gonna need for this project. So yeah, we have the save system, input system, like a lot of things like that that we're gonna need, and later we're gonna play something. But before that, I would like to present a little bit the project. So we're gonna start with, again, we're gonna start with this. I have the designed I've separated into, well, links is because I had things before. So I had an Excel sheet. By the way, the page I'm using is Milanote, so great page to use. So I had this way before when I started conceptualizing the project, which is a little Excel sheet talking about how we're gonna advance in the project. So well, yeah, it's gonna be a mix between French and English. So here we have the name. So we're gonna have health system, health UI, canon, and we're gonna have a lot of these things later explained. But you can see it as features, systems, things that the game is gonna need. The state it is, so en cours means it's being developed, reminding that this is the prototype I work, so we're gonna rework and redo everything here. And the percentage that we're on advancing in this project, in this system, the section that it takes. So we have player mechanics, UI, world mechanics, level design, research as well, and a few things like that. I think system is working is missing, like a save system and things like that. It's not specifically from the player, but it's gonna be used by the player. The priority also, importance over other systems. So if it's gonna, yes, if it's other systems are gonna depend on it. So yeah, for example, the health UI is not gonna depend on anything except the health system. So it's gonna just show us the health that we have, and it's connected only to the health system. So it's not gonna be connected, or yeah, like I can have the health system without the need of the health UI. The idea of the system is that it's gonna work alone, and the health UI is gonna be on top of that, is gonna connect to that, and it's gonna give us the, yeah, how it's gonna be shown the life. So health system can work without the health UI, but the health UI cannot work without the health system. Usable solo, I think it's self-explanatory. And showable, that's an important thing when you're doing also a project like this, because at some point you're gonna have to show that work to somebody, whether it is a friend that wants to get a little bit more interested in what you're doing, or whether it is a producer or somebody that you want to help you with your project, with your video game. So usable solo means, usable solo and showable are important things for indie game developers to be able to show the game that you're making. Time spent it was just an average of time that I wanted to do, and how passionate I am about it, which I think it's important to have in mind. How much do you want to make it, and how much do you like? There are gonna be a lot of things that are gonna be made that aren't gonna be, you're not gonna be passionate about it. It's just like that. There's some things that, like, I know that, for example, making the movement of a game is passioning. Like I love to make the movement of a game, because you play with the gravity, you play with the values, speed, and things like that. And playing with physics in those kind of games, I love it. Like in projects like that, I just love it. But we're gonna have other things that aren't that interesting, you know. It's just like that. For example, yeah, the health system, the health UI system, there's a lot of things that it's not gonna be that fun to make. You're not gonna have that much fun, but it is important to have that system in your game. I mean, a game can't work, or at least a platformer or an action game, a combat game can't work without a health system. So yeah, not very passionate, but necessary. Yeah, sorry, I'm mixing French, Spanish, but all the streams are gonna be in English, and we're gonna work in English. So yeah, we have this that's gonna help us have a roadmap kind of the game that we're making. But these are mainly the other links that I had. Now, we're gonna be presenting the real game, you know. We have development plan, which is what we're gonna do today. The game development, well, I'm gonna show you that later. But we're gonna start with the base of the game. I divided it into art design, game design, sound design, and probably we'll have more categories, but for now, these ones are the best, like the ones that we're gonna start with. And I haven't worked that much. Well, as you can see, sound design, haven't touched it that much. The art design, I've touched it a little bit. environment design, enemy art design, character art design, and UI and UX, as well as tools that can help us with the art production. Yeah, I chose the regalia as a category because we're gonna maybe play it later. For now, we're gonna start by making the structure or shadows. And hi, Sam. Good to have you here. And yeah, we're gonna start with maybe it's gonna take an hour or something like that. Oh, Dev, let me see that. But I was looking for it, you know. How can I change it? Category, Dev, because I wasn't able to find Dev. Like I searched for Unity. Dev category, Twitch, software and game development. It says game dev story, game dev fantasy, game dev company, développement de logiciels et de jeux. Okay, that should be cool. Is it better? Like, did it change? Yeah, it changed. Perfect. Thank you, Sam. Perfect, thank you. So we were starting by presenting a little bit the project before going into the what we're gonna do today. So once again, let's come back to this. This is the main base of our structure. So, well, links, you can put it on the side, because this is old links that I explained a little bit. And we're gonna have this Excel sheet that's gonna help us track what we're doing with the design of our game. Once again, I'm sorry, but my brain works in English, Spanish, and French, so you're gonna have French like this, but we're gonna do it all in English later, of course. And yeah, the tasks that I did was the name of the task, the state that it is, how accomplished is it, the section that it takes, so it's gonna take player mechanics, UI, world mechanics, level design, research, the priority, how important it is before other systems, importance over other systems, and so kind of the same. Well, priority is more personal, but this is take it as a priority in general, and this one would be a priority over other systems and in comparison to other systems. Usable solo, how can it be used alone? For example, health system can't be used alone. It has to be used with damage system, you know? How showable it is, that's important for indie gamers and for indie developers to show friends or potential investors. Time to spend on it, or that's an average. How passionate we are about it, and a little bit more, like date and last actualization. But this is not. This is the old, or what we were doing before, you know. So let's present a little bit shadows. Here we have the three main pillars of design, and maybe more categories are gonna come in. We have art design, game design, sound design. I'm a game programmer, and I want to be a game designer, and I love game design, so it's gonna be mainly this that we worked on. And the art design and sound design, we're gonna do it during development, but it has to be coherent, so we're not gonna leave it on the side, but it's gonna be later. Game design and programming is gonna be our main focus in general. So, game design. Let's see. I've started with three main pillars of game design for our game. We have the mechanic design and controls. We'll have the level design and world building, and the narrative design. Those are gonna be our three pillars of design. So let's start with I think the narrative design is gonna be the best to start with. So mainly, wait, I'm gonna show you something before. I think it's gonna be the Canon light, I think it's the Canon light mechanics. Yeah, this is the base, the prototype of our game. This is a prototype that I did a while ago. So as you can see, it's an inspiration in Metroid, in the old Metroids, but it's gonna have the main mechanic is gonna be light. Light is gonna be the main mechanic, and we will be able to have 360 aim in general. So yeah, that's the base of it. Now, narrative design. Let's talk about depression. Now let's start with the colors. So as we saw, the main thing is gonna be a Metroidvania, Metroid-inspired game in that sense, and we're gonna have light around us, light in the helmet, light in the cannon, and we have 360 degrees to play. Once again, it is here. This is the concept, the start concept at least. A prototype that I did a while ago. But that's just the start. Those lights are not gonna be just lights. I think we're gonna explain it the same way that I want the player to discover it. So it would be progression, I would guess. Started a little bit with the level design. So at the start area, number 1 here, we're gonna start by having a little tutorial that allow us to understand some basic mechanics. It doesn't show much about the importance of that light that we just saw, and it's gonna show us the 2 other main mechanics of the game that we're gonna talk about it later. The missile mechanic and the scanning mechanic. We're gonna start in this area exploring, and it's gonna represent school basically, and all over until high school. So since this game is a game about depression, we're gonna start in the intro is gonna be very representative of how we live in school, how we live in a little bubble, how we are just showed to use some tools, which would be the missiles and the scanner, but as we progress the game, we're gonna end up here where we will use the missile mechanic, and we start to learn from it. And at the moment that we arrive through here in the blue area, we're gonna notice that things aren't that normal, and at some point we're gonna have like glitches and things that are really gonna fuck up the brain of the player, that something feels wrong. Just like in life, you start high school, you start school, and once you get out of high school, you're like, guys, I wasn't prepared for this, for adult life. So once we're here, we're gonna be chased, or we're gonna have something that are gonna make us be pushed until here. We're gonna fall all the way to the bottom, which I call the depression pit. And for me, it's kind of like what I experience depression, how I experience depression, like being in school, everything looks good, everyone, and yeah, sorry, in the intro and in this part, we're also gonna have our main missions that are gonna be like, yeah, obtain a diploma and get married and have a business and things like that, that people are gonna, and especially our parents, a lot of parents are gonna say that it's the way to be successful in life. But those main missions aren't gonna be important at the end of the game. We fall into the depression pit, and in this area is where the game actually starts, in that sense. We're gonna fall and we're gonna be in a zone that isn't lit up at all. Everything is dark, and this is the moment where the other mechanics are gonna get into play. The light mechanics are gonna get into play. So all over the intro room, in the intro area, is not gonna have anything to do with the light system, and it's gonna be explaining to you how to use the missile system and the scanning system. Once you're in here, in the dark zone, everything is gonna start using the light system, and that's gonna be a representation of how the intro is school and high school, where they show you a few mechanics of life, but nobody shows you emotional intelligence, emotional understanding, and then you go out to life, and you're like, I really wasn't prepared for this. And this is the moment where the game starts. Everything is gonna start here. The rest is just like intro. The narrative thread. So I like to think of video games as a emotional experience, because it has been that for me, you know. Omori, Undertale, there's just even Legend of Zelda has helped me to understand the feeling of freedom, and I like to try to make the game, and the objective for me before doing a game is, what do you want your player to feel, and how do you want it to feel it, and how are you gonna play with that feeling. Because if you want the player to experience a feeling, you can't just put it in a situation where he's gonna experience it. You have to also tone it down, tone it up, and play with that line for the player to feel the contrasts of that. So here, my narrative thread is gonna be comfortable feelings and uncomfortable feelings, since this game is gonna have horror elements, tension elements. So we do want our player to feel uncomfortable, and then comfortable, to give more importance to that comfortable feeling. Hollow Knight does it. A lot of Metroidvania does it, where you feel lost and alone and scared, even in some cases. But as you progress, as you understand better your movement, the map, and everything, you're gonna overcome those uncomfortable feelings, and you're gonna start to enjoy traversing the map, and everything that before was kind of scary just happened to me in Silksong. I felt so lost at the start of Silksong, but now I could go back to that map, and I know it, well, not by hand at least, but I know how to move around with completely comfortable. So the start of the game, the player discovers the game. This would be the tutorial area mainly. So presentation of a few characters, presentation of the game mechanics, of the base game mechanics. Here we're gonna give the player our first power up, which are gonna be the missiles, and the player starts to power up and play with the grenade mechanics. Grenade are missiles, solving puzzles and feeling more and more powerful. You're gonna give the player the feeling of being more and more powerful before taking it away. That way he's gonna feel the contrast. And we're not gonna take it away like some games do, where they take away the mechanics. The idea would be to have this area, this part of it, as a player that's getting more and more power-ups, the grenade power-up, and even movement power-ups like dash, double jump, and a few things like that, where the player is gonna feel more free, which for me represents the middle end of high school, where we allow ourselves to dream, where we allow ourselves and yeah, to start feeling good, and yeah, just dream of, well, the base answer to that is something like, I want to be an astronaut, I want to be a politician, I want to be everything, you know. And it is comfortable, you feel powerful, just like in platformers. Once you get the dash, once you get the double jump, once you get more movement abilities, you feel more powerful, you feel, yeah, you just feel more powerful. Here we're gonna also present the scanning mechanic. The scan mechanic is gonna be important. This is where I was telling you about that, the blue area where something fills off, and this is the fall in the spiral. So this part right here where the player falls, this is the moment where the player is gonna take all of that freedom. He at the start had double jump, had dash, had everything, and he was moving around the world with a lot of comfort. And at this moment the player falls into the map, to this area where light is gonna be more important, where the player maybe he's gonna have the air, the dash, the double jump, and a lot of mechanics to be able to move through space easily, but he doesn't have light. So every movement that he does, he's not gonna, and the speed of the game that before was moving around very quickly, it's not gonna be there anymore because of the darkness. So you're gonna try to double jump, dash, and move at the same speed as you were doing before, and you're gonna find spikes everywhere, enemies everywhere in the darkness, and you're just gonna lose life, and you're gonna realize that you can't move with that much confidence as you did before, which once again, since it's a metaphor on life, it's gonna represent for me when you get out of high school and you want to eat the world, and then you realize that a lot of things in the world are just horrible. And for me that is the darkness. We start to understanding better the light mechanic and how to move around darkness, and at this point, this is the moment that we get our first light power-up, that is gonna be the cannon light. The cannon light is gonna give us way more visibility, and it's gonna start making our traversal of the world in darkness a little bit easier. So, getting the light for the cannon, the player falls again into the hub, but this time the game opens up like Super Metroid. So this is a direct inspiration in Super Metroid. That, for those of you who don't know, Super Metroid, honestly, I would put Super Metroid and Hollow Knight. I had to analyze more Silksong, so I'm gonna say this about the first game. So Super Metroid and Hollow Knight for me are the blueprint of a good Metroidvania. And in Super Metroid, they have this incredible design where you start the game and you explore the planet where you feel uncomfortable, but you feel you gain power-ups, you feel a little bit better and a little bit better. And as you progress, the game starts to cut you before, like you can't backtrack at a lot of points. Well, one or two are the main that I'm thinking about in Super Metroid, but you can't backtrack. That's the only reason why that's there, is to avoid the player to feeling lost. Because if you give the player all the options at the start of the game, but he can't cross without any power-ups, the player is gonna get lost, and the player's not gonna know where the progression is for its game. So it's gonna go to a lot of dead ends. But as Super Metroid does it, it cuts the path before the player, and that way the player knows that the path is forward. For example, imagine, well, in this particular scenario, you may have already the double jump at this point, but again, in Super Metroid or other games, you may fall on a ledge, and the only way to come back is with the double jump or some movement ability that's gonna make you be able to come back. But since you don't have that, you know that you have to continue on the other side. You can't go back. And once again, you start to progress, and you make, in Super Metroid again, you make a loop until you come back to your ship. But once you come back to the ship, you come back with they cut a lot of parts, backtracking and everything, to guide the player and make him not lose himself. And once he has made the first loop, he comes back to the starting point, which for us it's gonna be more this dark area. And once you come back and you make one loop, you're gonna have more power-ups, and you're gonna come back and be able to progress everywhere. So that's the structure of Super Metroid that I think is really well done. Is a start of the game where it's more linear for the player to start exploring the world, but not feeling that much lost. And once you make a loop and come back to that area with a few more power-ups, the game just opens up and becomes an open world in that sense. So a little part of the start linear, and then you can give the player all the liberty that you want. So this narrative thread, we're giving comfortable feelings and pleasure feelings to the player throughout this part, the intro, where we give him movement abilities and things that are gonna make him feel powerful. This is the moment when he comes to the dark area and realizes that he needs light to be able to move. Here is where he gets more light and makes the traversal better and easier to understand, and just more comfortable. And once he's here, this is the part where he's gonna do the shadow work. So starts to take each of the selves and getting each emotion from each self. And this is the end of the game, where we enter the depression zone, and we're gonna fight the final boss. And it's gonna be a long way to progress that fight. It's not gonna be just hit him in his weak spot with some missiles and you're done. No, it's gonna be way more complicated than that, and it's gonna be, the whole area is gonna be the final boss in that sense. And here is when we obtain the white light power-up, or the black light power-up, that's gonna allow us to traverse. Well, it's gonna open a lot more, because that's the way I saw it. Once I got into my depression and came out of it, I feel that depression helped me, well, it blocked me for seeing a lot of things, but it also helped me see other and be grateful about other things. And final sequence of the game, a little backtrack until completion. So that's the main part of the narrative of our game that we're gonna do. Narrative part. We talked about the selves because, again, we talked about it here, Yeah, tell me about it, Sam. So we talked about it here in the cells, but what are those cells? With black light, you need to reveal hidden message in depth that show like white cloth in nightclubs. Yeah, yeah, kind of. I understand what you're saying, and that's where we're gonna go to the colors. So, and exactly that's the way I'm gonna use. That's the way I'm gonna use black light. Exactly like that. So once again, we have this. We're gonna go into the dark part, and then we're gonna understand the colors. So each color is gonna represent a different identity. So the red represents anger, and the self that we're gonna work and that is gonna be the NPC that represent anger is the adult self, which for me, anger comes a lot from feeling injustice. Sometimes it may be injustice around the ego, but a lot of the times it's injustice that you feel. And today I feel like we live in an unjust society. So yeah, the green one, we're gonna talk about it later because this one, it still needs a little bit of tuning. But the red one and the other ones are pretty set up. So the anger part is gonna be represented by the adult version of ourselves, and throughout all the game we're gonna talk, fight, and reconcile which with each part of ourselves. The orange one represents anxiety, overwhelming, and this is the idolized self that's mostly constructed by the parents. So the NPC that's gonna represent that is gonna be represented by two parents and the no more. The anxiety NPC is gonna be represented by our ideal self. So, for example, at the intro of the game, you're gonna meet each NPC, and they're gonna guide you a little bit. And the orange one, the anxiety comes a lot also from comparing ourselves to the perfect version of ourselves, the one that our parents tells us, yeah, if you have studied a little bit more, you could have had a 20 or a 19 in that exam, and a lot of things that they tell us that just start to construct our perfect version of ourselves, and which doesn't exist and it's impossible to achieve. But the gap between what we are and what the perfect version of ourselves would do is what gives us anxiety a lot of the times. So we're gonna play with a lot of psychological content, and Carl Rogers is the one that talks the most about the ideal self versus the real self. Blue represents sadness, so the social self. I put it the NPC of the social self, so the part where we are with friends, we are in general with people our own age, people our own social circle, and I feel a lot of the sadness has come from feeling a gap with other people, from feeling alone in that sense, from feeling that you're not being understood, and that's what's gonna be represented through the lost self. Here we're gonna study the work of Erving Goffman, which talks about it a lot. And finally, black. The black color is gonna represent depression and fear, and the NPC that represent that feeling is gonna be the child self. So at the end of the game, when we obtain the black light, we're gonna reconcile with our child self. And the child self has also protection, and its protection is what I call the void, and it's going to be represented by these dark tentacles. And this is the child's alter ego in that sense. It's gonna try to protect the inner child, which kind of represents what we live in, you know. I feel like my depression comes or has come a lot from that child self being my child self being scared, being doubtful about the future, about its life, about choices, about everything. And every time that I felt the depressions feelings hardest, I just feel like I'm a child in that exact position, crying and just waiting for everything to be over. And my brain tries to protect that child by giving me even suicidal thoughts, or just a lot of things that are gonna just be and I try to protect the child self. And the last one is gonna be white, which represent the freedom of feeling that you can do anything and be yourself and liberate that child self. So this is the narrative part of the colors implemented in the game. But we also have the mechanics part. So as Sam said right around about here, was well, every color, and as we progress the game, we're gonna face our own selves. So the adult self, the idolized self, the social and the child self, and as we reconcile with them, we're gonna acquire the possibility of becoming that color. So this is where the main light mechanic comes in. As we said, we're gonna come here. As we said, this is the base of our game, but each one of us, each one of those colors is gonna be represented in that light. Wait, it's too loud. So now the light is not, it doesn't have a power in that sense, the light, but later we're gonna get the powers of well, the light is gonna have a color. So once we enter a room, for example a red room, the light is gonna transform into red, and we can't change that, and we're gonna have to deal with the mechanics that the red light gives us. And that represents the part where the emotional part, where once before we learn about emotional management in that sense, a lot of our emotions state comes from exterior things. It comes from, oh, my girlfriend left me, so I feel sad, I feel anger, I feel... If we enter a red room, that's us. So the idea would be that we are affected by our environment at start way more than we can choose what we feel. And it is through emotional management that we learn. But at first, we're just gonna enter different colored rooms, like red one, and it's gonna give us the mechanical affectation of the red. Then we're gonna go into the orange room, and we're gonna get the mechanical affectation of orange, and we are not gonna be able to change colors of light in any way until we learn to face and understand our feelings in that sense. And so we're gonna face those selves, and once we, for example, once we acquire or reconcile with our adult self, that's gonna be represent anger, at that moment we're gonna be able to go to a blue room, an orange room, a black room. Well, no, black is different, but orange room or blue room, and we're gonna be able to choose to transform into the orange light, and that's gonna give us the progression system that Metroidvanias have, where I can pass through an orange room and I can't change colors, so we're gonna have some parts that we can't access since we are an orange color, but once we acquire the red, we can go to that same area, not being affected by the orange light, or yeah, affected by the orange light, but we just we can become the red one, and we can progress in areas that we didn't. So the mechanical part of each color. Green, again, I'm still working on it. I'm not fully happy about how it works, so we're gonna pass on the other ones. Red is simple. Red represents anger once again, so since we can have the color of the environment as one color and also our player and the cannon light as another color, red is gonna represent anger, and it's gonna make everything in the red zone have and make more damage. It's gonna have more knockback, and it's gonna make objects unstable physically, so more volatile. It's gonna, yeah, crates can fly off, and it's gonna be way more chaotic in that sense, because for me anger represents a lot more extreme emotions in that sense, and everything more chaotic. The orange one, which is one of my favorites, is gonna make the player be faster, just like that, just that mainly, and the player and everything in an orange zone is gonna be faster, way faster. So once again, talking about the Metroidvania formula, you're gonna pass, for example, in a blue room or in an orange in a red room, and when you don't have the way to transform into the orange color, being in a red room, you're just gonna pass in the red room, and you're gonna find maybe a ledge that has this distance, and once you jump from this to this, you're not gonna have enough vertical movement, horizontal movement to reach that ledge. But once you gain the emotional knowledge of handling anxiety, which is represented by the orange color, you're gonna be able to go to the red or blue zone and transform into the orange color, orange light, and channel anxiety in an angry environment in that sense. And that same ledge, since anxiety and the orange color is gonna make you move faster, it's gonna give you also more horizontal movement, so that same ledge that before, even with the double jump, you couldn't get there, now that you can channel the orange color, you're gonna be able to jump effectively and get to the other side. Again, just reiterating on the Metroidvania formula. Blue, again representing sadness, is gonna make everything go slower, and the way I see it is gonna be a lot like the water levels in video games, that makes everything to go slow, gravity is affected, and yeah, just like sadness makes you feel. And at the end, the black part, the black zone. A black zone is a little bit more specific, because as it represents depression, I think I wanted to, again, I feel like I want to represent emotions mechanically. So depression makes you feel like slower, or it makes you feel like you're delayed in that sense. So I was thinking that before acquiring depression and like that, I was thinking of maybe when the player enters a black zone, maybe make a control delay, so inputs are gonna be slightly delayed, but just a little bit, enough for the player to feel sluggish, but if it's too much, it's gonna be just frustrating for the player. And even that, I want to try that mechanic because I don't want the player to feel that much frustrated, and if it's too much, we'll see, we'll see. But as I said before, I feel like depression has helped me see things in a different way, for the bad and for the good. At the start of my depression and a lot of times in my depression, I see everything as heavy, but also it has made me or helped me be grateful for some things in my life, good things in that sense that I've had in my life. And that's gonna be the idea behind the black. So you're gonna have, for example, this wall that you're gonna be able to see it every time that you pass and everything. And once you get the black light, if you flash it through that, the black wall, this one, is gonna disappear, because when you're in depression, you can't, there's things that you can't see, but other things that you see differently. So it's gonna have basically, the black light is gonna reveal some things and hide others. And as Sam said it, you can reveal hidden messages, and yeah, with like neon lights in white, or yeah, exactly as Sam said it. That would be the idea. And if you flash your light to enemies, you're gonna make the enemies come wait, how can I yeah, okay, it's not published in the chat. Perfect. So as we were saying, the black light is gonna expose things that are not visible when you're normal in other light, but when you're in depression, you're gonna not be able to see some things and be able to see others. So platforms are gonna disappear and others platforms are gonna appear. Walls are gonna disappear and other walls are gonna appear. A lot of things in the environment are gonna be you aren't gonna be able to see it, because in depression there's a lot of things that you can't see, but also other things that you can see because you're in depression, you know? So mechanically is gonna translate to that. To, again, platforms, walls, things, that messages that you can see only if you flash the light and the black light of depression to it, and other things that you are not going to be able to see because you're in depression. As well as when you flash your cannon light to the enemies, there's going to be a small delay in their attacks, so maybe the sound cue is going to come. I take most of my examples, I take this enemy that's gonna be like a bat. So when, for example, here the bat makes sounds represented by these beautiful yellow lines, and then it's gonna attack. But when you flash it to the black light, you're gonna hear the sound. It's gonna be a delay, and then it's gonna attack. And well, the input part as well. And lastly, the white color. This is the end game. White color is gonna be the end game because it makes you... Again, this is a metaphor for life, mechanically and narratively. So as we saw the color of anxiety, we saw the color of anger, we saw the color of sadness, and we just saw the color of depression. And what I have felt is that there's another color, the white color, that's gonna be peace. So narratively, peace is gonna be at the end of the game. It's gonna be one of the last, if not the last power up. And mechanically, it's gonna make you feel that you can see everything with calm. How are we gonna do that? Basically, the idea would be that once we acquire the white light and we transform into the white light, we're gonna have light around our body and also in our cannon. And if we flash that light to the enemies, as long as the enemies and environmental hazard and everything is inside the white light, it's gonna freeze, and that way is not gonna be able to hurt us. Because for me, peace feels like that. Peace feels like you can see how other things are happening around the world, but they're not hurting you anymore. You understand that, yeah, they aren't affecting you in that sense. They are there and they affect you on a practical level, but not on an emotional one. And that's gonna be the last light. So this, and well, if you want, I can explain quickly the green one. So I wanted to represent emotions in general, and as we said, anger, anxiety, sadness, depression, peace, and freedom. And I wanted to make a more positive feeling in that sense. So the green color kind of represented that, the connection with the spiritual self. And my first idea was to make light like channel. It's gonna direct objects, enemies, everything in a direction that you want, because for me that's like what connection feels like, that you see that everything can go into your direction. And it's gonna have that, but I'm not completely sure about how this is gonna work. So we're not gonna talk about the green color yet. We're just gonna talk about anger, anxiety, sadness, depression, and finally peace. So this is the color mechanics that are gonna be introduced later in the game, or just after the intro room. Again, representing how the intro is gonna represent school and high school, where they teach us one set of mechanics of life, and the other set of mechanics, which is emotional management, emotional maturity, is gonna come later. So what comes before? Before it's gonna come two things. The first one is gonna be the scanner. This is a simple mechanic, but narratively is gonna be used in a lot of different ways. So the scanner power up will allow you to analyze creatures, objects, and will give you the bestiary log or give you some scripted text. So inspired by the scanner in Subnautica and Metroid Prime. Metroid Prime. So yeah, this is very self-explanatory. You can choose the scanner, you can show your light like this, and once you lock on an enemy or an object, you have a little time to scan. And once you fully scan that object, it's gonna give you the description of it, and you're gonna be able to understand it better. So mechanically, it's like that. Narratively, it's gonna represent focus and concentration, and using the energy, the mental energy that you have to analyze a specific thing, a particular thing. And lastly, one of my favorites, and honestly, I think it's gonna be the more fun mechanic in the game, is gonna be the missiles. I'm gonna go really quick to the bathroom, and then we're gonna explain the missile mechanics and start with the structure that we want to do. So I'll be right back, and I'll go to the bathroom real quick and come back here. And we're back. Back again. She needs back. So I'm afraid. Okay. The missile mechanic. Once again, a lot of the gameplay is inspired in Metroid. So the base of Metroid is movement and platforming, cannon shot, and the missiles. Those are the three main. Well, no, actually no. You have that, and also the morph ball and the bombs in the morph ball. The morph ball is gonna maybe come later. We'll see, but we're gonna focus on the cannon shot, movement, and grenade missiles, and the missiles. So, let's talk about the missiles. I wanted to do something special with the missiles, with the missile system. So, the player is gonna be able to compose its missile using 3 different components, and it's gonna determine the missile explosion timing, the way it reacts to contact, and the weight. So let's start with the weight. Simple. Lightweight is gonna be exactly like in Metroid. You just shoot the missile straight line. Not much science. And then you're gonna have other weights that are gonna make the missile have a little curvature. So you can have the balanced or the heavy weight. That's gonna be, I think I did a little prototype about it. Yeah, something like that. Oh, it's on rebound, so that's gonna be the main difference in the missile system for our retake of the Metroid missiles. So the base missiles, just like in Metroid, are gonna be lightweight, so just straight. This is not much science about it. Just straight missiles. It's not gonna change the trajectory, but as we change the weight system, it's gonna change different. So again, in Metroidvanias, the main focus is getting power-ups and being able to reach other parts that you couldn't before having that power-up. This is gonna help you with that. Second part is gonna be the reaction to contact. So if the missile gets into contact, is it gonna rebound? Is it gonna be stuck? Or is it gonna roll? So the bounce, the missile is gonna rebound multiple times in walls and everything. It's gonna help you solve puzzles. The sticky one, you're gonna be able to throw and stick a missile to a platform, for example, a moving platform, and once it comes back, it's gonna explode in that platform, which is gonna activate a switch, for example. And the rollout is, at the moment the missile gets into contact, is gonna start rolling, and that's gonna help you advance when you have switches or things that you need to attack and they're down in a little space like this, so your player is like that, and you can't throw something there, so you do the missile and the missile is gonna roll like a grenade. Second component, reaction to contact. And the third component, the explosion timing. So how much rebounds it can make before exploding, how much time is gonna take before it's exploding, or the last one, the remote explosion. And then we have a few things extra. Later, these ones are for later in that sense. And well, that's the base of it, but I just, as a game designer, I made it so it can make logic. So this is the work of a game designer, balancing and seeing what combination of missiles can be done, which one don't make sense, so be able to allow the player to make those combination of things. That is gonna be our way of doing the missiles. So this is gonna be explained way more once we start to program that. I think we have done a little good tour about how the project is gonna structure the main mechanics of it, and maybe the last one would be the player movement. So the player movement for now is gonna have a dash, is gonna have shine spark side and shine spark up. So shine spark, for those who don't know, shine spark is this. I wanted to, yeah. So the shine spark is when you're just running, and it gives you this energy thing where you can focus it and go to one side or the other. This is Metroid Zero Mission, and almost every Metroid since Fusion has had a shine spark ability, at least the 2D Metroids, and that is where the idea that comes before. This is gonna be mainly focused with anxiety. It's such a great power-up. And if you maybe you made the connection yourself, but the shine spark is the same, kind of the same, or at least have a comparable functionality as the crystal heart in Hollow Knight. So this one. I love it. I didn't know that it had that sound of R2D2. So this is the other ability that we're gonna do. Wait, is my mic on? Yeah, it is. Okay, everything's good. Okay, so that's gonna be one of the movement abilities. Shine spark side, shine spark up, dash. Actually, here should be also double jump. Double jump, which is gonna come here. Basic things of movement, and this is the structure. So that's kind of it for now of explanation. So what I wanted to do today is come to the development plan. Well, I have the marketing, economic plan, devlog, a lot of things that are gonna be there. Also, if you ever want to make a game and you're not sure where to start, or you have a lot of intimidation about what making a game is, you can always go to this site. Well, it's a little bit controversial today, since it's Pirate Software that did it, but I think that people can be, yeah, admirable, or you can think whatever you want about people, but people that you don't like can have good opinions, and the people that you like can have bad opinions. And for me, this, whatever you can say about Pirate Software, this is incredible. He did this. This is a little page that just develop point games, and it's a blog that, again, you can say and you can think whatever you want about Pirate Software. I have my own opinions about it, especially lately, but you can also acknowledge the good things that somebody does. And in this page, whether you're anxious about making your game, whether you want more information, whether you are anything, Pirate Software gives you this. So, what skills do I need? So he gives examples of games that don't need to have amazing art. So we have Thomas Was Alone, Suits, A West of Loathing. He gives example about games that don't have amazing music. He gives examples about games that don't have amazing programming. So Undertale, I don't know if you know that, but Undertale is coded horribly. But Toby Fox is where it is, is making Deltarune, has his life ahead of him, pretty chill, I think, in terms of economic thing. So you don't need to be great in everything to make a game. You just need to have an idea, wanting to express and make that idea a reality, and then the rest is gonna come later. You can, if you're an artist and you want to make a game around your art and your amazing art, you may have the anxiety of, what? Yeah, but I don't know anything about music, or I don't know anything about programming. You don't need to. You really don't. There's so many tools today that help you make your game, that you can focus on your main focus point. What kind of games should I make? Well, you have the part here. So this is a little page that honestly is pretty motivating to have, because you see that there's a lot of things that can help you make your game. A lot of things: marketing, financing, launching your game, the tools that you can have. So there's no best engine. So you have Godot, you have GameMaker, you have Unreal Engine. RenPy is a Python one. He didn't put Unity on it, which is the one that we're gonna do. I think he doesn't like Unity, so that's on him. Like, yeah, everybody has their own opinions. But yeah, there's no best art program, so he gives you tools that you can use throughout your own journey as developing a game. So in general, I just wanted to say that this blog is pretty useful, really, really useful. And we're gonna come here. Okay, game development. We're gonna do, wait, is it, yeah, it's here. So I want to have a little bit of organization in here, so we're gonna do what we need to do. No, which is gonna be the programming organization. We're gonna say it like that. And here, this is what I wanted to do today, mainly. Oh, hey, how are you, Tom? It's good to have you here. We're doing kind of our first programming stream, so I started by presenting the whole logic of the game in the design area. So the mechanics, I didn't present the level design that much. The narrative design I did present it a little bit. And what I wanted to do today is to come to the organization part, development plan. So we have here marketing, economic plan, devlog, and the game development. So here, well, this is just an organization that I did. And before even starting to program, I wanted to be clear of the direction. I feel that that's gonna help us. Well, I have a lot of anxiety with programming, and I think the best way that I've found to calm that anxiety is to be organized. So I wanted to start making the organization of the game before even starting to program. That way we have a direction and we just don't see a pile of things that we need to do in order to make our game, but we see little boxes that we just open one and see what's inside, work on it, and then close the box and go to the other. Because what has made me be like have the most anxiety while game developing is having that huge pile of things to do and not seeing where to start, you know. So that's something that I am gonna the idea is to have a better organization from the start. That way we can avoid seeing the pile of things and we have a better direction to start programming. Now, this is where the fun begins. When you make a game, I think there are two main things. I'm gonna try to finish Silksong in 30 minutes. If you want, I found a nice YouTube channel that gives a game code architecture in a very technical matter. Its name is Practic API. Thank you. Let's see about that. Practic API. This one. Okay, let's subscribe to it. Okay, thank you. Advanced project, simple games. Okay, that is cool. Update manager, favorite advanced C#, #1 tool for coding faster. Oh, that's great. Starting your game flawlessly in 8 steps. How much is it? 9 minutes 50. We could actually see this one to see if it goes into the direction that I want it. Because I think that, yeah, we're gonna see this video and see what it gives us. But yeah, I think one of the biggest mistakes that I have done when I'm trying to program a game is just starting with the first things that come to my mind and just starting to do it, and then later realizing that I needed to do a system before that. That, for example, game movement. I love to play with physics in Unity and game dev, and generally that's going to be the first thing that I'm gonna do. But then I find things that should have come before even the movement. So, for example, one of the first things that I think we should be doing, it's a very direct intimating a code base that is industry friendly. Perfect. That's what we want. That's exactly what we want. So honestly, let's see this video. Let's see it together.
When we first open a game, we usually see a nice progress bar while everything loads up. But behind the scenes, it's not as simple as it looks. Today, we're going to introduce a method that has proven itself for managing the game startup, known as...
Oh, it's this. Okay. I thought that it was... Okay, it wasn't another thing that I thought about it. Volume on the desktop is kinda low. Okay. Yeah, that's because I think YouTube is low video, so I'm gonna put it better. Advanced project, Unity Iceberg, every beginner topic, the #1 tool. I thought that okay. I wanted to see if it has the project structure of it, you know. Unity development cycle in the industry. Everything in Unity, 3 advanced coding tips. I think looking at all of them is a good idea. Yeah, I think so too. And I'm gonna do that. That's for sure. And I thank you so much for this information because it's very valuable for me. Thanks a lot. And I wanted to start. I wanted to see if it had something to do of how to structure a project from the start. And I'm not seeing one that talks about it. That's why I thought that starting your Unity game flawlessly, for me it was like starting the game, the project and everything, but no, it's a system to boot up your game. So we weren't talking about the same thing. At least with single entry point like this wasn't about the thing that I wanted to. I didn't see everything, but it's a very technical channel. Perfect. That's gonna help us a lot, actually. So thank you. Thanks a lot. So, the game structure. I think the idea would be to start putting the systems that we're gonna need, and no, that's not what we wanted. Yeah, thank you. Sorry. The system that we're gonna need, and then rearrange them in the order that we would like to do. So, once again, let's start with, for example, simple things like movement, then, I don't know, the missile system that we have, system. Blech. The missile system, and for example, let's do the scanner, mechanic scanner, and the color system that's gonna affect the movement. So color, light system. Okay, for example, from what we've talked about Shadows of our game, this is a few things that we would need. But let's say we start making this game, and we start making the movement, the missile system, the scanner, the color light, and we're advancing with these mechanics, and then there's a point in the game where we say to ourselves, I don't like that button that is being used to shoot the missile, so we're gonna, or use the scanner, so we're gonna change the button that is used into that. If we did all of this before thinking the system and the structure before, we're gonna have to go to each iteration that we use that button and change it manually, you know? And that's gonna take us a lot of time, and also it's gonna leave the door open for a lot more of problems. So before even making the movement, the missile system, the scanner, the color light, before making everything like this, we should put an input system that allows us to, in the simple part, allows us to make changes quickly. If we just change the input system, everything else is gonna inherit the changes. And also, for example, we're gonna be able to give the player the option to remap the controllers, which honestly for me it's a feature that every game should have today, and I don't see a reason why a game shouldn't be able to change the input system. So before doing everything of this, we need the input system to build upon that. And there are a few things that we're gonna need in that sense to be able to structure the project correctly. For example, imagine we start to do all of this little by little. So we do the color system, we do the movement, we do the missiles, we do multiple things, and then we arrive to a point where we say, okay, that is so cool, we have a game where the player can get power-ups and be better and move and everything. But then we arrive to the part where we say, okay, we would need to give the player the possibility to play not only in one sitting but being able to save. And that's where the problem starts. where we have all of the structure of this, but no save system. So we're gonna have to do the save system on the side, and then apply it to each and everything that we had before. It's gonna be way more problematic. And I think the best thing to do would be to start making a save system from the start. That way we know what we need, and we can put the savings, the parts that need save during the development, and not afterwards when we're gonna forget things and we're not gonna be able to. What else would be needed before even starting the movement and the player mechanics of it? I think we're gonna need a game manager. That's an important part also of game development. A game manager. And what does the game manager is gonna need? It's gonna need to be able to... Wait, I'm gonna do something like columns, functions, and the game manager needs to be able to do things like pause the game, the game over system, restart the game, and yeah, we're gonna continue, and a thing that we are gonna need, but no, honestly, I think that that's gonna have to be another system, another manager, because if we do it in this, it's just not gonna be. What I wanted to say is that since our game is gonna play with this kind of mechanics, so we have once again the light mechanic and the colors, and for example anxiety. So we have the color, the area, no, this one is gonna be better. We have the area, the orange area, that's gonna make the player go faster, or the enemies go faster, to represent anxiety. That means that we're gonna have a counter or something that makes the player, once it enters the orange area, make it to be able to move faster, and so affect directly the movement of the player, the movement code. So it's gonna need its own time in that sense, but I don't think the best idea is to do it in the game manager. I think it should be separated from it. So we're gonna put it here. Actually, it has to be something with this, but okay, you know what? Game time manager, which is kind of like both of them are gonna have a function like that, except that the game manager is gonna manipulate time in order to pause the game, or in order to make a game over, or those kind of scenarios. And the game time manager is gonna be affecting the gameplay time, in the sense that it's gonna slow down time, or things like that that are gonna be managed by this. But it's gonna affect the player's gameplay in that sense, and the game manager is gonna have the time, but it's not gonna affect in that sense the gamer's gameplay. It's just gonna be able to pause, and it's a system that's gonna just help us or make the game logical in that sense. Or yeah, you understood me. What else would be needed in this top layer of things to do before starting the player mechanics? So for me, I don't know if I should put it in the game manager, but I'm gonna put it here. So this one is gonna handle also the game states. So if the player is in the main menu, if the player is playing, if the player has paused the game, all of that has to be managed by an entity, by a system that for now we're talking about the game manager in that sense. Other than that, we need a scene manager. Very important. Scene manager, which is gonna help us transition from one scene to another. So functions handle scene transitions, right? Basically. And well, this is another thing, but we're gonna need a player state machine, which is gonna be a state manager, kind of like the game manager scene that's gonna tell us, okay, we're paused, okay, we're in the gameplay, okay, we are in game over, and explain different states. Sorry. Explain different states, and the player state machine is gonna do kind of the same thing. Is the player free in the sense that he can do whatever he wants? Is the player dead? Is the player knocked so he can't move? And a few things like that. What else should... Oh, and I'm thinking that we would need a system that is persistent between scenes, in the sense that it's gonna have the information that we need about the player, about everything, and once we change scene, it's not gonna be destroyed. So, well, the game manager is gonna do that. The save and load system is gonna be persistent input system as well, and the scene manager as well. So I think that's the persistent part of it. Okay, so we have the second layer, movement, which is gonna be basically movement and dash and double jump mainly. And we're gonna have to need a state machine. Honestly, we can do something like this. Player systems. So we're gonna need a player state machine, the movement, the missile system, I think it's gonna be here as well, the scanner. So player systems, base game systems. Here we're gonna have game manager, input system, save and load system, and the scene manager. So this is the main one. This one, game time manager. So yeah. This is gonna be in base game sister as well. No, it's gonna be in world systems. So here, and start a new column where we're gonna see and we're gonna say world systems, I would guess. So it's gonna be game time manager. The color light system, I'm not sure how we're gonna do it yet, because it could be one color light system that keeps track of everything that is being used and affected by different colors, or it could be also a system that is individual to each object, which I think it's gonna do that. So we're gonna do that, and a last one where we're gonna put general system. No, I don't think that's the one that I would like. Let's put enemies systems, and let's get a little bit more space. And the enemy system, we're gonna need, for example, an enemy state machine. Enemy state machine. That goes here. That's just for now. Yeah, and I don't know how to put it, so we're gonna have individual. No. Entities system. We're gonna say it like that. So the entities system would be, as we said, things like, for example, just health system. So that means that we're gonna use the health system for the enemies, for the player, for the bosses, as well as color, state, yeah, machine, kind of. Think that's good. Color state machine, perfect. Oh, sorry, I'm gonna put on mute that. Couper le son du site. Okay, so we have this here. Also, we're gonna need a system to deal damage. So that's gonna be in our missiles, that's gonna be in the enemies, that's gonna be around everything. And we're gonna have also the receive damage, which are gonna be besides the health system and work. Health system, deal damage, and receive damage. Well, deal damage is gonna send a message to receive damage, and once the receive damage is taken, or is the flag is done, we're gonna go to the health system and we're gonna say, okay, you just received damage, you're gonna lose 10 life or 20 life, I don't know, but that's the idea. What else should we do? Should we need? I think, I don't know if the damage in the damage we're gonna do the knockback, or in the damage we're gonna do another system. Yeah, I think receive damage is gonna have two main qualities, two main functions. Main functions. We're gonna be able to take away value from, wait, actually I don't want it to be that. I want it to be a note. So take value from subtract. We're gonna say subtract, you know. Ah, carajo. So subtract or add value to the life, to the health value as well, I would guess. And here for now we're also gonna put apply knockback. Apply knockback. That's gonna be another thing that we're gonna have. What else? What else? What else? What else? So the hit detection and everything is gonna be done by the colliders through the deal and receive damage end of it. The knockback, yeah, it applies physics, so it's gonna be, we're gonna change it to receive damage. Yeah, we're gonna leave it like that. What else should we need? Oh, sure. For the player system, we're gonna have to know where the player is in terms of inventory. So the inventory system is gonna be pretty important. Even the second one most important, because it's in the inventory system that we're gonna be able to tell the game if the player can move normally, or if it already has the double jump, or if it already has the dash ability. That's all gonna go through the inventory system first. It's gonna check if we have the dash power up, if we have everything, and allow us to make the movements or not. So the inventory system is gonna need main functions. So it's gonna be, carajo, siempre es lo mismo. It's gonna help us with inventory items, such as, I don't know, potions or things like that. Potions, maybe more like consumables. For example. And another one, see with here, which is gonna be the upgrades, power-ups, or upgrades unlocked, you know, unlocked. Yeah, the inventory system is gonna make that part. Yeah, sounds about right. I think this is a good little starting point of this. What are we gonna do later? Hmm. Map system should be important. So a map system. It's not gonna be the main part, but it's gonna be important. We're gonna need also an here something that I need to do also would be, before even subtracting and adding value, health value, I think it could be important to check the kind of damage or affectation that is being done. In the sense, for example, let's say an enemy can be killed only with the shot and not with the missile, or only with the missile and not the shot. That means that it has to check before adding or subtracting value to the system, the health system. It has to check the kind of damage it's getting. So check of the type of damage, no? And that is gonna help us also work on the, for example, a door. If I want a door like in Super Metroid, or yeah, in Super Metroid, which we are gonna use those kind of doors, we have to check if it's being hit by a missile, if it's being hit by a shot. And for example, in Super Metroid, you have normal doors, you have red doors that can only be accessed through hurting it with missiles, and you have the super missile doors, the green ones, which they can't take damage if you're using a normal shot or the missile. So it's gonna need to check before, which is gonna what we did here in receive damage. And here, for example, we're gonna have doors. Nope. Thank you. Doors. Levers and switches. And yeah, that's gonna be... Honestly, I'm gonna do a new category that's gonna come here. Yeah, we're gonna put it here, you know? We're gonna put a new column, and let's call it interactables, because I don't think that the best, like, I think, for example, the game manager, time manager, the map system, it's not exactly in the same category as these two. So we are gonna put them in interactables. Doors, levers and switches. I think that's a good thing. And what else do we need? We would need environmental hazards, you know, in Hollow Knight and in a lot of games you have these spikes, lava, poison, and most of them makes you receive damage. But we've seen, for example, here in Silksong, there's this part of the map, Bilewater and Sinner's Road, where you can fall into the environmental hazard, you're not gonna take damage per se, but it's gonna activate another thing. So we're gonna do, where are we gonna put it? That could be game systems, world systems. Maybe, honestly, yeah, but it's not exactly the same. Base game systems, world game systems, game systems, player systems, interactable, enemy systems, and here, somewhere around here, we should be able to put something like environmental, I don't know if it's written like that, hazards, or colliders. I don't know which one we're gonna use. Yeah, environmental hazards, world game systems, and world entity systems. I don't know how to put that one. We're gonna say environmental systems. So yeah, this is gonna come here. We're also gonna have the color affectations, like the world color affectations, you know what? Environment color affectations should be, we need to be precise here. Environment color affectations. I'd rather be precise. Environment. Environment. Perfect. Color affectations. Actually, the entity systems should come way before, like and this one should come way before. Enemy systems, and yeah, I'm gonna put it here. And honestly, what happens if I do like this, you know? Oh, I can only go there, but not there. Okay. 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 I don't know what else should. Oh yeah, of course. In the interactables, I think that, yeah, we should have also a dialogue system. That's gonna come here, of course, and that's gonna be like interactable. It's gonna come here, and yeah, we're gonna have the dialogue system and the simple interaction system. I think it's gonna be cool, like just coming to an area, pushing something, and interacting with it. Simple interaction system. That's what we're gonna do to use the main functions. It's gonna just call an event. We're gonna do another column where we're gonna do use examples and we're gonna put something like starting a dialogue, you know, starting a dialogue. In the dialogue system, functions, again, functions, we're gonna need a state, dialogue state, because we want to know if the player has entered the dialogue or if it's not in the dialogue. That way we can avoid imagine the player, because with players you have to think about everything, because otherwise they're gonna think about it. So imagine that we have a dialogue system that cuts the input from the player and makes him not being able to move while he's talking to an enemy, to an NPC, and the player finds a freaking way of being able to move while he's in a dialogue. The player is gonna go, and while he's in a dialogue with entity or NPC number 1, he's gonna go and try to talk to NPC number 2, and that can create a lot of problems. So a dialogue state is gonna avoid that. If we have a general dialogue system and the player somehow gets out of and starts moving while he's on dialogue, he's gonna go and try to talk to NPC number 2, and the NPC number 2 is not gonna be able to interact with it, because in the dialogue state it's gonna know that you're already engaged in a dialogue with another NPC. That way the game is not gonna break through that part. Maybe the player is gonna break it in other kind of things, but it's not gonna break it, at least in that. And that's the idea. Like the players are always gonna find ways to break your game, but the idea is to make the game the less breakable possible. And when I say breakable, I mean like system and breakable, not mechanics breakable, because like out of bounds, if the player goes out of bounds, it's very different that if the player gets locked in a dialogue state where it's talking to 2 NPCs at the same time and everything else is starting to glitch, you know? Environmental systems, we also need platforms, don't you think? We're gonna need platforms. Actually, a simple interaction system here, we could also say start a dialogue, start interaction with save stations, go from one room to another. Well, no, that's gonna be the door one, I think. What else do we need? Adobe State Machine, perfect. We're gonna put in simple interaction things like picking up an item, things like that, collectibles in general. The inventory system, I think here we could add a quest system. That way it can progress and it can send signals if a quest is advancing. Oh yeah, we forgot a very important system that basically every game has, and it's not there. Which one could it be? Every game has it. Two, actually, now that I think about it. First one, a camera system. That's really important. And that's gonna go into game world systems, and it's gonna be on top of everything. The map system and the quest systems comes after. Camera, very important. And another one that we're gonna need imperatively, that again every game has it, is a sound manager. This is gonna play sounds, music, and everything. Very important. Another thing that we're gonna need is a UI system, but you know what? Instead of sound, we're gonna talk about it in audio manager. In that sense. Yep. Perfect. Ooh, Battle Black is here. So cool. Yeah, we're starting to do the programming. Well, as I said, we are gonna do the structure before, because programming makes me very anxious because of what I've lived in companies. Inside the companies, I worked 3 years, and I think the best way to calm down the anxiety is to have a direction, not to see a big pile of things that we need to do. And my camera is off. Perfect. That means that my phone is dead. It is. We're gonna repair that. But yeah, the that's gonna be. Yeah, I just realized we're gonna have a direction to go, and we are putting everything that we need in the game before even starting the first line of code. And I think that's the way to do it. So we have the base game the systems, game manager, input, save, scene manager, the world game, so the game time manager, camera, audio, map, quests, the player state machine, inventory, movement. Actually, no, movement comes after, actually. Missile, scanner, color, entities. So when I say entities, it's gonna be the player and also the enemies that are gonna use this. So a health system, a way to deal damage and receive damage. And this one is particular to our game, so the color state machine. Interactables, a way to move through the world and interact with things. So doors, levers, simple interaction systems, which are gonna be starting a dialogue, starting interaction, and the main function is just gonna call an event. We'll decide what the event is later. And the dialogue system. Enemy system, for now I only have an enemy state machine. When we're gonna do the enemy system, we're gonna analyze a lot Hollow Knight and Silksong. And environment system, so environmental hazards, environmental color affectations. Once again, these two are specific for our game. And platforms, just to start the level design. And let's see what else we could add to this functionality, you know? What else have I learned that is important to add? Oh, things that are really useful. For example, for the missiles, for projectiles in general. That's a good way to put it. I think the missiles it's gonna be 1, but we're also gonna make a general projectile factory. So it's gonna go into the entity system. Yeah. So a projectile factory is basically gonna spawn projectiles. In that way we can use this same system for the player, for the missile system, and also for the enemies when they're gonna shoot projectile at us. So we are gonna create a shortcut of the projectile factory and put it inside the missile system. That way we know that they're connected and we have to do both of them together. And that's the idea of what I've learned that good programming is, in the sense that I feel it's better to have a system that can be reused multiple times. For example, the projectile factory, we can put it in the missile system, we can put it in the enemies, we can put it in environmental hazards that are gonna throw projectile at us, and it's gonna be one system for 3 use cases. When a project becomes difficult to manage is, for example, if I do a projectile factory specific for missiles, if a projectile factory specific for the enemies, and a projectile factory specific for the environment. That makes it that if I want to do a modification of what projectiles are and the way they're handled in the game, I'm gonna have to do 3 different modifications in the player system, in the enemy, in the environment, and it's gonna be way harder to manage. But if I only have one specific system to do projectiles, the same is used for the player, for the enemies, and for the environment, and what the projectile is gonna depend on each and every one of the player of the moment where the player uses the projectile factory. When the enemy uses the projectile factory, that's the moment when we're gonna decide what projectile is done and thrown. But the projectile factory is gonna be a system that allows us to interact with it and throw something. That's it. For this, we're also gonna need an object pool. Object pool, I'm gonna keep it like that, I love it. An object pool is a simple system that helps performance, basically. Imagine if you have I love it, object pool. So object pool is a basic concept in programming where, imagine if you are the player and you are shooting missiles and you start shooting missiles, and technically if you don't cap it or if you don't handle the quantity of the projectiles that are being done, it's gonna continue, and imagine if you use a missile, then the missile is not destroyed, but it's somewhere where the player is never gonna see it again. It's still gonna be there using resources. So the object pool helps with that. For example, if we give the player a maximum of, I don't know, 20 missiles to use, that way we can use, for example, that projectile that was somewhere that the player is never gonna see it again. Once you go to the 19th missile and you shoot number 20 and then you shoot number 1, which was the one that was hidden and the player is never gonna see it, it's gonna reuse that object, and that way it's not gonna keep doing missiles until we have 100, 1,000 missiles that the player is only seeing like 10 of them, but there's still 1,900 and I don't know how many more missiles that are not gonna be used and that are just taking resources. Could drop some game reference examples so can create a visual idea of each point. Yeah, you're right. I think that could be interesting to do in each of them. Which I think we're gonna do it more in the during the development of each of them. And this is more of a programming object pool. I think it's the first term that I'm using that is purely programming thing. Yeah, cards. Yeah, that's gonna come in every one of them. Like for example, I go to the missile system and here we're gonna have an example. But this is all programming, so I think I'm gonna have to look for tutorials, and that way I can put tutorials of each thing here. The enemy system, we're gonna leave it for later. It's gonna be the moment that we analyze Silksong, that we're gonna learn a lot how to field this card, because Hollow Knight works incredibly well in that way of systems. For example, let's go here. I'm gonna take my own recording of any one of these. Let's see if, yeah, just here, for example. Here we can see in Hollow Knight how the systems work the best way that I think it can be done. Yeah, that one. Exactly. So here we have this mechanic of Pogo, where I'm gonna hit that and I'm gonna have some knockback and I'm gonna grab that ledge. That's the basic idea of how Hollow Knight works. But imagine if you had to do a system for this thing that's gonna give you the knockback, explode, do an animation, do a sound, and then you continue. And later in the game, for example, I don't know, in another area, I don't know if I'm gonna find an easy way, like they're everywhere, so that's why I took this example. Well, Bile-Water again. For example, this is gonna have the same system. The beast is gonna have the same system, where Hornet is gonna come and is gonna attack the beast. It's gonna have knockback, it's gonna make a sound, and it's gonna make an animation or trigger an event. If Team Cherry did a system for each and every one of them, a different system for each and every one of them, it would have been impossible to handle, like impossible. That's why I want to analyze, and I'm gonna use Silksong as a blueprint for the programming part, because they use systems incredibly well. What they did clearly, and you can see it as you play the game, is that they did a system where if you hit this, you're gonna have an amount of knockback, an animation is gonna trigger, an event is gonna trigger, and a sound is gonna trigger. And that is the base system. And that system, they're gonna put it in the Bile-Water part that we saw, and it's gonna make the sound specific for that part, the animation specific for that, and the event specific for that. But that same system is gonna be reused here with the Belbeast when you attack the Belbeast, and everywhere around the game where you have the Pogo ability or the Pogo functionality is gonna be the same system. It's gonna call the same methods, functions in the algorithm, but the only thing that is gonna change is the arguments, the information that is passed through in those methods, in that algorithm. But the algorithm has to do the same, because if you do one script and one system for each thing where you can pogo on Silksong, Team Cherry would have finished that game in 15 years and it would have way more problems. But they did a whole system for an object that can be pogoed and just reused it across the game. So that's the idea of what we're doing, trying to put every system that we're gonna need, and that way we can create the system itself and we don't have to do specific case scenarios for each and everything. What else could we need? Oh, that's right. We're gonna need also a UI system. Very important. Which is gonna go... I think it should go into the base game or the world game. Camera, UI, no, UI is gonna be here. So the UI system is gonna handle functions. UI system is gonna handle opening, how do you call that? It's a panel. Opening a UI panel. And of course, you guessed it, different function, closing a UI panel. Here we're also gonna need, well, Unity has its button system, but we're gonna put it because it kind of makes part of it, button system. And we're gonna reuse the Unity one because it works pretty well. You can call events, everything's good in that sense. I think we should use another thing that I think we're gonna need is a signal system. A signal system is something that I've seen, well, the first tutorials that I did was where I learned that. So where is that? Mr. Taft. Nope. Mr. Taft. This is the first tutorial that I did, and the thing that made me start with Unity is this actually.
Hey there, welcome back. So I wanted to do just a little video to explain what the next big Unity project is going to be. So I've always loved Legend of Zelda. It's by far my favorite of the classic NES games, and A Link to the Past is a game I've played, no joke, 20 times. So I'd like to do something in the vein of A Link to the Past. So this is just kind of me introducing the project and then showing you what assets we're going to use. So for the main game assets, we're going to be using this tile set, which you can find on opengameart.org by ARMN1998. It's CC0, which means you can use it however you want to. However, I mean, you can always give attribution to him or her. So yeah, this comes with an overworld tile set, a player tile set, a base tile set that you can use to make NPCs or to recolor the main character. It comes with a cage situation, effects, and UI. So it's a pretty comprehensive tile set. This is what we're going to be using for that. You can use Unity 2017.2 or higher in order to
2017. I started with
functions in Unity.
2017.
However, I personally don't like the tile map functions very much. I prefer to
No,
things like this.
2019. I started with 2019.
Tile.
That's right.
You can find Tiled on itch.io. I'll include a link to it in the description. It's just so much simpler to use Tiled than it is to use Unity's tile map editor. But don't get me wrong, Unity's tile map editor has come a very long way. There's just still a lot more I wish it had. So I'm going to be using Tiled for pretty much everything, and then I'm going to be importing them into Unity using a program called Tiled. I can have just like a 0.1 episode
Huh.
where I show you how to
Metroid is
use
there. This is first Metroid. I love it.
Unity's tile map system to get a similar effect, but I still have trouble sometimes with at the join between two tiles with the camera background showing through. So I'm not a big fan of that Unity tile map system. So yeah, I'll include links to these three things in the description. So the tile set, Tiled, and Tiled to Unity. If you have any questions or if you have anything specific you'd like to see in a game like this, please feel free to leave them in the comments down below. I'll try to get new episodes of this out on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. My other Good Go series is going to run Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So if this goes...
Oh, he does Godot series. That's good.
Yeah, you can follow me on Twitter to find out when I post new videos. You can
Okay,
join my
so
Discord when I'm chatting to
I
you.
thought he was gonna explain a little bit more about this, but this is the way I started with Unity in 2019. This exact tutorial. So it's honestly, if you don't know where to start and you want to learn Unity, I would recommend Brackeys, which is the base for a lot of learning in Unity, and this one in 2D. It gives you the step by step, so the setup, movement, animation, tile maps, camera, rooms, title card, signs and dialogue, attack. So it gives a step by step of doing a project in Unity, and it's pretty well done. It's really good. I learned this way, and maybe in the first tutorials I didn't understood a lot and just said, okay, I'm gonna continue, and I continued. I saw where the problems were. I saw problems that I had that he didn't have, and for example, I ended up in part 12 and I had problems with the hitboxes, or I don't know, and I would say, okay, I have too many problems now, I'm gonna restart from zero. Then came back here, and as I went through this second time, I learned what mistake I did, and helped me a lot to continue. And once I got to part 12, everything was working exactly like the tutorial was, so I could continue and continue. I think I did this tutorial like 3 times maybe, and not everything, just the start. And once I got through here, I started to do it again, and in one way, in one run, in that sense. And it's pretty complete. Actually, he stopped making a while ago, but look, you have this saving system, inventory, movement, animations, everything is in 2D, but is really good to start learning into Unity. This is what I used. And in here, there's a system that I really liked, I really like, which is the... where is it? No, it's before, I think. No, animations, tile maps, smooth, state machine, enemy AI, rigid body, hurt boxes, enemy health, scriptable object. So it's a scriptable object is a thing specific to Unity, but the idea is the signal system. The signal system in this programming is gonna help us have more flexibility in the way it's done, you know. I'm gonna explain that just now. I'm gonna put my camera back on. That way I can explain better. And is the camera back on? Yeah, it is. Finally. My god. Okay, how are you, OBS? Yeah, the camera is gonna have a little trouble at first, so has to connect correctly. No. Why is it with the camera today? Okay, that's better. So, I was explaining the signal system that I want to do. So, this gives us just a little bit more flexibility. And what I mean with flexibility is, let's say that we're gonna do the damage system and the health system. So if the player is hurt by the enemy or something like that, you take away life from the player, and you have a reference, or in some cases you have a reference of the player in the hurt part of the system of the enemy or the tile or anything. So if we have that reference, it's gonna mean wait, I'm looking for my words to put it, don't lose myself in my train of thought, or try to explain it in the best way possible. Yeah, it's gonna say the player, look, there's gonna be a line of code that is gonna say the player is getting hurt by this much life. But what happens if there's a problem in the game, in the code, that makes that connection break? In the sense that when the enemy wants to hurt the player, somehow that connection is broken, and the enemy doesn't know who the player is, basically. So if the enemy doesn't know who the player is, it's gonna say make 10 of damage to the player, but it doesn't know who the player is, so that reference is lost, it's broken, and it's gonna have problems in the game, and the game is gonna break, as simple as that. The signal system that is in this tutorial, that I learned it in this tutorial, great tutorial, to learn a lot of the bases and a little bit more of Unity. The signal system is basically gonna send the signal, and it's gonna have a receiver. So instead of referencing the player, saying this is gonna hurt the player, the enemy is gonna launch a signal to the air saying the player is hurt. He doesn't know who the player is. He's gonna say the player is hurt, and the player is gonna have a receiver of getting hurt by that signal. So if the signal comes, the player is gonna hear the signal and be hurt by it. You know, it's gonna affect the player in that sense. That way, if the player disappears and that connection is broken in that sense, the enemy can still just send the signal, say the player is hurt, and if it doesn't have a listener, it's no problem. The code is not gonna stop the code, it's not gonna have an error. It's just gonna be something, that a signal that went out, and nobody heard it. But if we don't have that signal system, it's gonna be connected, and if we remove one part of that signal system, it's gonna break. That's why the signal system, I think, is extremely practical in that sense. So we're gonna put it in here. Signal system, which is gonna be base game systems. Honestly, could be scriptable objects, but we're gonna put it here. Thinking about what else we could need. I mean, if we would like to do this right, we should have something that allows us to debug better. You know? Let's put for now a note, because that part I learned it a bit. Everybody has, or I've seen different ways of debugging and testing. You have the, I don't know how you call it, the individual testing, where you can run a bit of code without depending on anything else, so you can see if that line of code or that part of the code works. And if you don't integrate that, that means that the testing, you'll have to, if you want to test a chunk of code, you're gonna have to test, and everything else that that chunk of code depends on is gonna have to work correctly for you to test just that chunk of code. And if that's why this system that I don't know I forgot the name. It's been almost a year that I haven't been in a company. So if that doesn't, that system allows us to try and test that line of that chunk of code without depending on everything else. So here I think I'm gonna do something like learn more about debugging and testing. This is gonna be my homework for the weekend, to be able to put it in here. You know, that's my homework. I think here we should use, you should put, I don't know if data, yeah, it's not gonna be data system. I want to say that we're gonna have the UI part of the dialogue system here, but we're also gonna need data, or we're gonna call it backend dialog system, because at the end of the day that's what it is. And I think even here we are gonna need a third one that is good to think about before doing the whole project. Once again, the idea is to organize everything, to know what direction should we go, not have to come back or fix things during the process that are gonna make our game way more difficult to manage. So in the dialogue system, we also gonna need a localization system. Localization system means being able to choose between Spanish, French, English, and not have to go to every dialogue that was ever written and add a line of code to say, is this in Spanish? Is the player playing in Spanish? Is the player playing in English? Is the player we have to do that for every dialogue like if we do the dialogue where you go to an NPC, you talk to him, and he's gonna say, "Hey, how are you doing?" And one way to do it is just show the text, "Hey, how are you doing?" You build the game upon that idea. You make more complex dialogues and everything, and then you're at a point where you say to yourself, maybe I want my game to be able to be played in Spanish as well. That means that you have to go back to that first thing that you say, "Hello, how are you?" And you're gonna have to put that line of code that I was talking about, saying, okay, is the player playing in Spanish, English, or French? If it's playing in Spanish, it's in English, you're gonna say that text, "Hello, how are you?" But if it's playing in French, you're gonna say, "Bonjour, ça va?" And if we don't put that from the start, it means that we're gonna have to come back to every iteration. So I'm gonna give some peace to the Danny of the future, to the project also, to respect the project and put a locality, because this type of things are boring to do. They're not that amusing, at least for me, but it is important to have them in the project. So localization system, I'm gonna put it in a way more English, common English, because this is a game dev language, so that's what I wanted to do. Language system. And actually, for example, duplicate this is here, the backend dialog system is gonna focus on the dialog state. The UI and the language doesn't care about the backend dialog, if the dialog is in which state. So this out. It's gonna use the UI system as well, of course. Create a shortcut. So the shortcut, we're gonna put it in dialog system here. And here we're gonna go through the UI system for or UI dialog system. This is gonna be used by this. Yeah. Okay, cool. The scanner is a mechanic that I don't know how it can be done for different, like in a system. I think it's pretty specific for the player, so we're gonna put the scanner system, and here I would love to put it in the player system, but honestly it could be fun to put it in the entity system, because it could be cool to have actually, yeah, that can work. No, it doesn't work that much. Maybe a little bit, but it's not gonna. Oh, it is here. But we're gonna put it with this name, scanner system. The event system, I think that's gonna be handled by Unity. And I think we're kind of done. I'm trying to think or see in my notes what else could we add. What other system does the base game need so we can continue, I think we have a lot. The game manager is there, scene management, so loading and unloading scenes is, where is the scene manager? Yeah, here we're gonna do additive, handle scene transitions, and handle loading, unloading of scenes, and it's gonna go, yeah, asynchronously. I think it's asynchronously, and I think it's gonna be mostly additive. And the difference between normal scene in that sense and an additive scene is that imagine there are multiple games, as an example, where, for example, in the same Silksong, because we're gonna use Silksong a lot as a reference as how a correct game can be done in that sense. Let's go to, oh, this is 9 souls already. So let's go through a scene transition. So you have multiple types of scene transitions. You have this change of scene, the change of scene, where, for example, you go into the start menu and you go inside, you go, yeah, I put start game, we do start game, and here is a scene transition complete. So we were in the menu scene here, and here at this moment in the code, or in Unity, because this is Unity, there's the player and is not active. You don't have Hornet there on the background, and then you put start game, this disappears, and Hornet was already there, and the world was already there. No, in this scene, the world of Farloom and the player doesn't exist. So you start the game, you put start the game, and here that scene is unloaded, and the next scene is loaded. So the world, Hornet, and everything. So that's one type of scene management, but you can't use that everywhere. We all know those games where you just enter a house and you have to wait for the scene to load, and you do things in the house, and then you go out of the house and you have to wait again for the scene to load. And if you have too many parts of your game where the player is just waiting for a scene to load, it's just not gonna be fun for the player. It's gonna be very frustrating. So that way, for example, in the world, what you would say is, okay, so the world, everything is already there. So if you enter the game, like for this, in this part, the logic there would be that everything in the world is loaded. So every NPC, every enemy, every zone in the game is active and loaded in the game at this point, which could work in the sense for the player to traverse the world and find everything where it should be. But the problem is that it takes up a lot of resources if you have the whole world active. That's why old games have more loading screens between parts of the game when you enter a house again or things like that, is because they had technical limitations before, way more at least. Today we have less, but you still, first of all, we still have technical limitations, and second of all, you still want the player to have an agreeable experience. So, no, sorry, yeah, exactly. And you want any player to be able to play your game. So even if today we have less technical limitations than before, even though we have, you can't put your game into a too high-end need of resources, because it's gonna work well for everyone that has a great processor, a great graphics card, and yeah, they're gonna have a great game. But people that don't have the best computer are not gonna be able to play your game. So the best thing to do is try to lower the resources needed for your game the best way you can, or in other words, optimize your game the best you can, so everyone can play. It doesn't matter the PC that they have. And now back to the scene management part. Again, there are PCs that could handle the whole world of Silksong loaded at the same time, but most of them are not gonna be able to do that. So what is done in this game, and again, that's why we're gonna analyze a lot this game, because it does so many things right, even in the programming part, is to load and unload scenes. What we talked about it here, additive, which means that, for example, this zone where Hornet is right now is loaded because we are using it, but the zones that are around are maybe not loaded or partially loaded, and that way, and the rest is not loaded. So that way it's not using that many resources, and once Hornet approaches those areas, it's gonna load that scene, but additive. So it's gonna just put it on top of it, and you're gonna have both scenes active at the same time. So that way Hornet is gonna be able to interact with the other zone that is loaded now, but it's gonna keep the rest unloaded and just use the part where the player is to not use that many resources. So that's mainly the main difference between the scene management. You have the scenes that you change from one scene to the other, and in the world, in game, you are gonna have the additive scenes. So you're gonna have your scene, and it's gonna come other scenes to be at the same time active. So in one, so actually handle, how is it called that? Additive scene, wait, Unity scenes additive versus, which one is multi-scene loading? I don't know which. Loading situation made the project more messy in the long run, very much the opposite. Yeah, I don't think it has a different thing, so I don't know how we're gonna call it, but handle additive scenes, handle of additive scenes. I don't know if asynchronously is gonna work in this scenario, but normally yes. So we're gonna do this. And handle loading and unloading. Transitions kind of is what I was talking about, because here you don't have a scene transition, you only add and subtract scenes, but this, yeah, we're gonna, yeah, individual transition scenes, I don't know how to say it, but I think It's the best way to say it. Handle loading and unloading. Transition scenes. We're gonna talk about them as transition scenes and additive scenes. I think that's the best way to put it. What else could we do? What else is needed? So scene management, load and unload scene, transitions, and persistent objects. That's gonna be handled by either the game manager or the scene manager. State management is game states and player state. The input system, we are gonna put it for the we're gonna use the new input system with Unity, which honestly is better than the one that I started with. The one that I started with was like press space to shoot, you know, and cool. That was pretty cool to have and to use as an interaction. But what happens if you want to change what we talked about before? What happens if you want to change the button used for shooting? You're gonna have to go to each one of the codes that you used for shooting or just pressing space, and you're gonna change everything. Or what happens if you change you are developing and you see that you want to also add the ability for the player to play with a controller, not only mouse and keyboard. That means going back to each and every one of the moments that you were programming where you said shoot, and you're gonna have to put if the player presses space or if the player presses the X button on the controller. And that's gonna be way, like, you're gonna have to go through every one of your codes where you used an input specific for the keyboard and add the part where you can use a controller. And what happens if you want, as we said before, you want the player to be able to rebind controllers? That means going back to each and every one of those codes and say, okay, I want this to be able to rebind and do a rebind system, and it's so complicated. So the input system and Unity's new input system is based on actions. So that means that you're gonna have the action manager in that sense, and you're gonna say this action of shoot is gonna be a new action. So you add the action of shooting, and that way in the game or in the player manager, in everything, you're gonna use if the action shoot is called, then you shoot. Perfect. And in the action manager, you're gonna tie the shoot action to pressing space. That way, if you continue, and you see at that moment that you say, oh, fuck, we need to add the possibility to play with a controller. In this scenario, you just go back to the action manager and you add an interaction with the action shoot. And in that way, you can just say, okay, there are two ways to call on the action shoot. So if you press space or if you press the X button in the controller, both of them are gonna call the action of shooting, and the rest is gonna read just the action of shooting. And if you want to rebind the system or the shooting part, you just put, okay, let the player choose which button is gonna call the action for shooting. but the rest doesn't depend on the button that is pressed. It depends only on the shooting action, and the shooting action is gonna be another system, you know. So input system, very important. Save and load system, so we're gonna need to save player data, world data, scriptable objects or things that are serialized, and have multiple save slots. Yeah. The movement is gonna be running, jumping, wall climb, and wall jump. Actually, let's put that in the player system movement. So we're gonna have horizontal movement. So that's gonna be, since it's a 2D platformer, it's gonna be go left, go right. Not so complicated. Jump. And here we're gonna also handle multiple jumps if needed. That's gonna give us the vertical movement. We're gonna need also wall slide. Well, it wouldn't be wall climb. Wall climb, yeah. Wall climb, I would guess that it would be called like that. Inside of here, we're gonna have, for now, just wall climb and also wall jump, which is gonna be needed in the jump thing as well. Okay. Movement, there's gonna be the dash ability at some point, of course. Dash ability, which is gonna be very inspired in Astral Ascent. And now that Silksong is out, I really like the idea of dashing, and if you leave that button pressed, you start running. That's a really interesting way of designing it. Dashing, double jump. I don't know if morph ball is gonna be needed. We should put it. I think that's, if we do correctly everything like this, I think we could without a problem put the morph ball later if we need to. For now, we're trying to do the base things. So hit detection colliders, that's gonna be used by Unity. Yeah, there's gonna be a canceling logic as well. For example, if the player starts an attack and then wants to dash, he should be able to. And I think that's important to give the freedom to the player. Maybe at first he's not gonna be able to, but... And where should we put that? That should... Player state machine... Yeah, I think that it should be a sub-player state machine, you know? So we're gonna have the main state, player state machine, yeah, main player state machine that is gonna handle things like if the player is in a dialogue, he can't move, but if the player is outside the dialogue, he is free. If the player is hurt, he's gonna be in a hurt state, so he doesn't have the same controls. If the player is... yeah, those kind of states. And I think there should be a sub-state machine. Sub-state state machine. That allows us, so yeah, this is something like, let's already start. So states, we're gonna start with, for example, the free state. I think free state, that means the player is free to move, to do whatever he wants, to play the game. We're gonna have a dialogue state when the player is in a dialogue. We're gonna have the hurt state, which is gonna make the player be hurt. Maybe at the start of that state is gonna give him invulnerability. That invulnerability time where he's not hurt more as it when he enters this state. We're gonna have, what other main player state should we need? I don't know what yeah, let's just start with that. Hurt state, free state, dialogue state. And let's put, what is the opposite of free? Antonym, free. Captive, occupied, unavailable, confined, lockup, chained, abstracted, impeded, restricted. Yeah, but restricted would mean, yeah, I think that blocked. Yeah, that's a good way to say it. We're gonna say blocked state. Blocked state. Perfect. Different states that the player needs. And once again, we're gonna use the substate to say, for example, we're gonna need multiple substates, because on one side we're gonna have something like sub state 1, for example. Here we're gonna have something like on ground. The player is on the ground. Is the player no, in the air? Maybe on water. And that's gonna be, yeah, on ground water, for example. That's why it's important for me to do the structure of the game before, because again, imagine we program everything on the ground, in the air, like just on ground and in the air, and then we want to add a water level, and the behavior of on ground water, it's in the air, in the water is not going to be the same as in the air. And if we want to add things that happen only on ground, on water, that could be interesting too. So we should put in the water. So on ground air, we're gonna put it. Air. Yeah. But the other state machine that I was thinking would be sub state 2, which is something like attacking. Is the player attacking, doing the attacking animation or not? Is the player doing the dash animation or not? you know. And the reason why I'm thinking about doing two substates is exactly that, because look, there's it could be on the ground attacking, or on the ground dashing, or in the air attacking, or in the air dashing. So I think that it's better to do those two different substates. What else could we do? I guess that there could be a morph ball, you know, and that way this substate machine is also gonna handle transitions. Oh yeah, attacking, dashing, walking, or moving would be more precise. In movement, we're gonna also have an idle state. Honestly, I should add state to everything like this. State CCC. Hey, I thought that I took also the space bar. Yeah, the space. Here, E. Okay, you just don't like it. That's okay. Should find a way to put music for this kind of streams. I think that would be really cool to have music, but I would have to find a way to put music only on Twitch, because I'm streaming on YouTube and Twitch at the same time. So yeah, could be good to have two different, you know. Okay, substate. We're good. Yeah, the morph ball. I don't know if we're gonna put it. Yeah. Ladders. Are there gonna be ladders? No, I don't like when ladders are used. I think that can be more organically than that, you know. Running state. I think in movement is not the best. Could be horizontal movement. No. In walking movement, yeah, we're gonna just put walking, and if we want, we are gonna put walking and walking state on the air and walking, yeah, because that's how it works in real life, you know. Hijo de tu madre. There's a little thing there. And that's how it works in real life, right? Like when you're in the air, you walk. Running state. Idle state is gonna come here. I think that's gonna be pretty good for now. Yeah, it's in the main state that we should put free state. Or is it gonna be in vulnerable state? Come on, man. I hate those little bugs. Like flies and everything. If we... Yeah, we should put a collider state, actually. That could be a good idea. I don't think it's... yeah. It's not gonna be here. Player state machine. Yeah, main player state machine, sub state machine. And we're gonna do a final one of this, which is gonna be the collider state machine. But this one, as we said, oh my god, I was watching a political video and there's Terraria music in the middle of it. I thought I was hallucinating. What was the like the politics video about, you know? Hijo de tu madre. Chucha madre. Yeah, what was it about? I'm actually pretty interested in that, you know. Oh, you can't see the messages on the YouTube stream, I think. Like I'm not seeing the message that Sam just sent. That's weird. That's not so cool. Oh no, yeah, it is. There, perfect. It was as usual. Oh no, it was usual. It was usual and her new associate of Rhinoceros talking about the Grand Les Grands Gueules and how they define the people. Okay, with Terraria music on the back, that's actually pretty cool. That's really, really cool. Yeah. I love Terraria. I was thinking, like, the other day, there was in social media and the reels and everything, there was a thing that was just saying how if you had to choose one game and it's the only game that you could play for the rest of your life, which one would it be? And I was thinking, well, afterwards I thought about Minecraft. If I have to choose one game to play for the rest of my life, I think I would choose Minecraft. But my first thought was Terraria. Like, I could be, if I have to, choose just one game to play for the rest of my life. Terraria is a good option for me, you know? Yeah, well, yeah, honestly, I'm not sure. Well, yeah, there's much, I don't know. For me in Minecraft, you have more versatile, no, you have more content in the sense of things to explore and things to do than Terraria, and interactions. Just for example, the redstone system gives way more interaction to Minecraft than Terraria. I don't maybe the explore part, I can't say I agree and I can't say that I can't agree, you know? Yeah, but people have created Minecraft inside Minecraft as well. People have put movies inside Minecraft. People have made a computer inside Minecraft easily and multiple times. So, and again, the redstone, the thing is that there's redstone in Terraria too, yeah, but the redstone system in Minecraft is way more deep than the one in Terraria. That's the thing that for me it was missing in Terraria, you know? For example, No, it's not just because it's in 3D. I put you this very simple example. In Terraria, you don't have a system with that redstone system that can push blocks. You have connections, you have triggers, you have things like that, but you don't have. In Minecraft, you can make a machine that just keeps pushing blocks, and it makes like a ship that just keeps advancing by using the technology or the logic of pushing blocks. In Terraria, you can't do that, and you could in 2D to push a block like that, but it's just not part of the system. So just that, for that example, I think that Minecraft is more deep in the redstone system. That, as I said, the content part and exploring part, I don't know, because yeah, in Terraria you have a lot to explore, and you have 2 phases, and it's beautiful, and I love it. In Minecraft you have 3 different worlds. Let's put it like this. Yeah, I understand, and you can do things in Terraria, but what I say is that for me, let's put it like this. I think that everything you can do in Terraria with the redstone stuff in Terraria can be done in the 3D environment in Minecraft, but not everything that you can do with the redstone stone system in Minecraft can be done in Terraria. You know, the example that I just did, like everything I saw that I could do in with the redstone system in Terraria, I knew that I could do it in Minecraft. Connections, triggers, everything, and crazy stuff that I saw that people were making in Terraria, I knew that it was possible to do it in Minecraft. But just with this example, you can see that in Minecraft you can push blocks with the redstone system, and in Terraria you can't. So everything that you can do in Terraria, you can do it in Minecraft, but not everything you can do in Minecraft, you can do it in Terraria. Honestly, I'm not surprised. I was gonna, like, I agree and disagree with you in the sense of the content, because I don't know which one has more content, because both games have so much content that are beautiful for that. So I couldn't say about that. But the things that you can do inside the sandbox, I think that Minecraft has way more things to do, way more interactions, way more maybe even types of blocks, for example. And that already gives Minecraft way more depth in their systems than Terraria. I don't know which one I would choose, because I have a soft spot for Terraria, but I acknowledge the depth that Minecraft has. So if I have to choose one game to play for the rest of my life, I don't know which one I would choose, actually. Honestly, maybe even Minecraft. I'm sure that somebody did. Honestly, let's look for that. Is it possible to do like Terraria inside Minecraft? Like a Terraria mod? Yeah, I was thinking about it. Like, technically, Terraria Craft, is it a mod? Like, what is it? Terraria Craft is a Minecraft mod that's content from Terraria to the game from Relogic. This mod completely changed so image. Yeah, but it's still in 3D. What I was thinking is like, is there a mod where you play Minecraft in 2D and it uses all of the mechanics of Terraria? I think that could be possible in the engine of Minecraft, but the other way is not possible. You can't make a Minecraft inside Terraria. You know, that's why I'm saying that I feel like Minecraft is way more deep. Yeah, you could do Terraria inside Minecraft. You just have to lock everyone's position in the in the Z-axis and change the camera, and the rest is just the mods that we know about, you know. I think it's very possible to do a Terraria mode, like a 2D Terraria mode in Minecraft, and you can't do a Minecraft mode in Terraria. I would think so. What is this? Let's see. Okay. Interesting. How the
I'll show you how.
fuck does that work? Yeah, it's used as a digital display.
So many of you commented on my last video, file storage in Minecraft, that this would also be possible inside of Terraria. And you're absolutely right. Using the same method of substituting different blocks for bytes, you'd also be able to super easily store files inside of Terraria worlds. The code would be almost identical, except being written in C# rather than Java, as well as reducing the third dimension back down to 2. But I wanted to do something far cooler and more involved than just file storage. So I decided to create a visual display inside of a Terraria world. The first aspect of this I decided to implement was storing pictures. PNG file formats seemed the easiest to me, as I thought they were just a pixel mapping of an image. But boy was I wrong. They actually involve a really smart implementation of compression, shortening their final space on your disk, but this comes at the price of being harder to directly convert to a 2D pixel grid. So I did the only thing I possibly could do, creating my own file format, which I have so lovingly dubbed .chum, which stands for Certifiably Horrendously Uncompressed Media. The way this file format is arranged is really simple. The first 4 bytes are the width and height of the image in pixels. For example, 020, 040 would represent a 20 by 40 image, while a 1010 would represent a 256 by 256 image. This gives us a maximum possible image size of about 65,000 by 65,000, which is more than enough. After that, I store 3 bytes per pixel, 1 for red, 1 for green, and 1 for blue. Since I'm displaying this file in Terraria, and Terraria blocks can't be opaque, I decided to discard the alpha value associated with each pixel. So 1 pixel of our image takes up 3 bytes. I then created a Python script that uses the pillow library to convert a PNG image to its resulting chum format. Now in Terraria, we just have to set up 2 for loops that loop over our width and height that we declared in the header of our chum file. But how do we convert an RGB triple to a corresponding Terraria block? Well, we have to define a palette of blocks, but we also have to know the block's RGB value. To do this, I downloaded a bunch of Terraria block sprites, analyzed their average RGB values with another Python script, then created a table that held the block along with its average color. Well, we now know the color of different Terraria blocks, but since there's 256 cubed possible RGB colors, we have to make the best approximation for a conversion between an RGB value and a Terraria block. The way I did this was to treat the RGB triple as a 3D vector and find the block that had the smallest Euclidean distance from the triple in its average RGB value. So, we loop over the entire palette, find the block that has the smallest difference in color, then use that for the corresponding RGB triple from our chum file. There's probably a quicker way that's more accurate to do this, but this is the only way I could think of doing it intuitively. That was easy enough. We can now store pictures as blocks inside of Terraria. All we have to do is put the chum file associated with our image in our mod directory and right-click this picture frame. As you can see, I've absolutely desecrated this world with random testing, tweaking the palette along the way. But these are still just static images. How do we convert video?
Yeah,
Well,
that's what
I decided to start off with GIFs. We could split up the GIF into all its different frames, then convert the frames to their chum format.
Yeah, but
Then in Terraria, all we have
these
to do
are
is sequentially
videos.
display each picture. And bam, we have GIFs playing inside of Terraria.
yeah, you have Doom playing inside
From there, we have
Terraria.
to display different chum files, so setting
Before
up a way to
GTA
display a game
6.
is pretty trivial. Again, we write another Python script that takes a screenshot of Minecraft every X amount of seconds, downsize that screenshot to make it quicker to display, convert that downsized screenshot to its chum counterpart, then display that with the blocks in Terraria. Now we can play Minecraft inside of Terraria. But there's a huge problem. And no, it's not that it's extremely slow and looks terrible. That was something completely expected. When tabbed out of Terraria, the logic of the mod slows down by about 75% and the map doesn't always update completely. And to play Minecraft, we have to be tabbed into that window. With
Exactly.
this project, I really wanted to try to complete various objectives in Minecraft in Terraria, but this makes it completely impossible. I even asked the Tmod Discord community about fixes to this, and after I promised I wasn't trolling, one person said to check the source code. Since I'm brand new to Terraria modding, that's something that would have taken me far too long to even begin to understand. So, it's over. Or is it?
Jover.
That's when, somewhere deep inside of me, a light bulb turned on. I need a way of controlling Minecraft whilst being tabbed into Terraria. And something I've noticed with most games is that even while tabbed out, the game continues to read controller input. The only problem is Minecraft Java doesn't have controller support. But of course there's a mod for this, so I quickly installed it and prayed it would keep registering my controller inputs after tabbing out. Alright, I got the controller mod loaded up. I'm really praying that when I tab out, it will keep recognizing the input. I'm nervous for this, honestly. Come on. Oh yes, what a rush! I was ecstatic. Now I would be forced to play Minecraft with a controller, which was somehow worse than playing it on a 90p screen inside of a different game at about 2 FPS. So the only thing left to do was to open Terraria and start displaying Minecraft. Alright, here we are. We are loaded into Terraria. I got Minecraft on my other monitor. And then all we have to do is start running the script to take screenshots of Minecraft. Perfect. Now all we have to do is right click the picture frame and there she is. Can go into the map to see it a little better. And we should be able to control Minecraft with the controller while we're tabbed in, so let's check. Yep, there's another problem. Terraria has native controller support and, inconveniently, has no way inside the menus to disable controller input. I tried disabling all button mappings in Steam controller options, didn't work. I tried mapping every button to the same unused button, didn't work. I tried plugging in a second controller to use with Minecraft. I don't have a second controller. It seemed all hope was lost until I literally did one Google search and this guy had solved the problem. All I had to do was disable controller support in a config file. And it's working. So many roadblocks made me think this sort of thing wasn't possible, but here we are.
Okay, but yeah, he attempts to find diamonds and okay, but since what we were talking, very interesting actually to see that, but you still need Minecraft to play Minecraft inside Terraria. But Terraria inside Minecraft, I don't know. Playing Terraria inside Minecraft. I'd made Terraria in Minecraft. Let's see.
At first glance, this may seem like regular Terraria, but if we just... Isn't that awesome? This is a fully working version of Terraria inside of Minecraft. But it wasn't easy, and we did encounter some problems. Oh my god, what is happening? I've broken it. But in the end, we got it working, and you can see that I can actually control Terraria by moving and punching with my
Yeah, but I want to
in
see if
Minecraft.
it's...
But hold that thought. I want to talk about this detail real quick. Look at this. Every block is making up a separate pixel to create the picture that we are looking at right now. From the leaves swaying in the trees, and even the little contours in the mountains, it is so incredible. I want to see what some different biomes look like. Okay, straight away, look at the little snowflakes falling. Oh
That
my
is so
god.
cool. But
And the little Minecraft
I don't know
blocks
if
making up each
it's the
Terraria
same
block.
concept of doing Terraria, like playing Terraria and just showing it in Minecraft.
Let me just close Terraria real quick. You thought playing Terraria inside of Minecraft was crazy? Well.
Yeah, it's a
I've made
display
it so
system,
My entire
exactly.
computer is controllable from inside Minecraft. You should totally do this if you haven't already.
But
Maybe I want
I think that it is way more possible to make Terraria inside Minecraft, like a mod that puts everything inside, and you can play Terraria inside Minecraft without, and takes a lot of blocks. Yeah, maybe, but it's possible to do that, and I don't think it's possible to do Terraria inside Minecraft. No, Minecraft inside Terraria, sorry. So, all that to say, I think I would choose Minecraft at the end of the day. If I have to choose only one game until the end of times, and I can play only one game, I think I would choose Minecraft at the end of the day. Yep. Yeah. What's this? Yeah, that's right. Okay, back to shadows. So collider state machine. We're gonna need states. We're gonna need vulnerable state. Vulnerable state. We're gonna need, you know what, actually, you, and you. So, vulnerable state. And another one that's gonna be, well, invulnerable state. And honestly, because we're gonna have two colliders, we're gonna have the collider of the trigger, that's gonna be, for example, hurting or getting hurt, and we are also gonna have states 1, and the second one is gonna be for pushing objects, or like the physical part. So and is it the same, like if I put blah 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 and I go here? Yeah, it's not the same. Perfect, that's what I wanted. So this is gonna be the trigger collider, like trigger states, and this is gonna be the physics state. So for example, here we're gonna have physics present, I would guess. Physics, maybe we're gonna put it a funny name in that sense, like it would be a material state, where the collider is gonna, I'm gonna ruin a few mice. Be right back. Good luck. Thanks for stopping by. It was a cool discussion about Minecraft and Terraria. Loved it. Material state and ethereal state. Nah, I don't like that. It's gonna be confusing. Really confusing. So we're gonna have the physics presence state and the physics absent state, no? Carajo. Physics absence state. Perfect. There we go. So the collider state machine is gonna be used in these two ways. And the thing is that, look, now I put again, this is, yeah, this is another time, ha, again, this is why we do the part of the organization before even programming, because now we did the collider state machine for the player, inside the player, to be able to give the player the possibility to be invulnerable or be vulnerable and getting hurt, and also the physics, so it can go through a wall, or for example when it dashes or things like that, and physics absent states where it can dash through a wall or it can dash through a projectile, I don't know. But if we have coded this before doing the organization, we would have come to a point where we would have said, oh shit, we actually need to do the same thing for the enemies. So we would have done another collider state machine specifically for the enemies. So we're gonna come back and wait, player state machine, yeah. So we're gonna come back here and we're gonna put it here. That way we can use the same collider state machine for enemies and for the player. So it's gonna be an entity system. See? And another state machine that we're gonna need is animation state machine, which is gonna come here. We also need that for player, for enemies, for NPCs, for everything. And the best way to do is the system part of, like, besides it, you know? So what else should we need? Player system, missile system. It's gonna talk about the factory, the projectile factory, and it's gonna use that. So it's gonna have a missile prefab. Actually, I already did a part of the missile system here. I can show you that. The idea behind it, where is it? Here is here. So I already did this part of the game. Well, we're gonna do it again, of course. Yeah, there's no sound for that. But yeah, we have, for example, here where I can change the weight. And it changes the weight of the missile, you know? So I already did a part of this, and so I understood that I need to do a missile factory system. And that kind of I already did. And that way I can spawn the missile with the specific qualities or things that I want it to use, you know. So if the moment I change this, it changes the missile factory, and it changes the arguments and the way the missile is gonna come out. But once the missile comes out, I can't modify it in that sense, you know? That way the missile is independent from the system, and the system just spawns the missile. And that way I have those two systems that work together but are not dependent on each other. Which is pretty useful. Okay, that is good. We're actually advancing pretty cool. Shadows. development plan, game development. Yeah, this is the game development plan, programming organization. Here we would need two other systems. So we would need the Canon Light system, and that could it's gonna be more like area light system. That way, again, we can reuse it on we can just say this collider, you're gonna do this with the system if the collider is in that color, you know, and it's gonna use the light and everything. That way we don't have to do one for the player, one for the environment, one for the enemies. We can use the same system of area here in the entities or world games. I think it would be, yeah, area light system. Here, this is gonna need a state machine, that's for sure. So we're gonna have states where we're gonna have something like no color, so no affectation. We're gonna have red color state, no color state, red color state, blue or orange was the second one, right? Orange color state. We're gonna have the blue color state, and we're gonna have black color state, and last but not least, white color state. Yeah, area light system is gonna have those different states. Is also gonna have a light system, yeah. What else should we add to this? Yeah, I think that's gonna be perfect. And that way we can, first of all, what I want to do is change the color of everything, you know? So we're gonna put gray for base game systems. For world systems, we're gonna put another gray but different color. Player system is gonna be on, let's say, green. Ugh. Let's say blue. I like blue for the player. Makes sense. Or green. Yeah, in general, players and healing and those kind of things are more green. The entities are gonna be blue because we're gonna use it in the enemies in general, you know. So we're gonna do it in blue. Interactables are gonna be pink or purple. Purple, pink, or brown. Brown. Now brown is gonna be more environments. So I think pink as interactables could be good. The enemies are gonna be on red, and the environment is gonna be tin 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 on brown. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. So another mechanic that we're gonna need is we're gonna have, for example, the cannon, which the melee attack, or we have melee or special, because missile system is gonna use, like, it's gonna be some more movement. Missile system is gonna be like a special attack in general in games. For example, Metroid. In Metroid you have the normal attack and you have the special attack. The special attack is gonna be the missiles, the normal is gonna be the cannon shot. So normal attack, and you're gonna be on green. And missile system is gonna be special attack. No, missile system, honestly. Yeah. And here we're gonna have projectile factory, and the choosing of each. Yeah, the choosing of each one of the missiles, and the UI is gonna need a modifying. Which should be in the inventory. Where is the inventory system? Yeah, but the inventory system is more in where was it? It's in player inventory system. Yeah, you have the backlog. Like here you have I think we're gonna need to do another column of UI systems, because the front end is gonna be different. UI systems. Yeah, the color is gonna we're gonna have the front end and the back end things. So we're gonna have inventory UI system here. We're gonna have the map UI system, the system here. We're gonna have the the quest UI system, which we're gonna put in here. Something that is important to do is the settings manager, which is gonna come here, and the settings UI manager, which is gonna come here. Missile UI system is gonna be very important as well. Missile UI system, which is gonna be coupled with the inventory system. We're gonna need a main menu UI system, main menu UI system. That's also pretty important. We're gonna need also what was I using? A rebind, a controller rebind system that is gonna use, For example, the main controller rebind system is gonna be used with the input system. So we're gonna create a shortcut in the input system and put it in controller rebind. Perfect. That way we can modify the input system directly and we're good. UI manager, we're gonna say UI manager. Perfect. Here what did we have? Opening, closing, and button. Perfect. Main menu is gonna use the game manager here. Save and load system as well. It's gonna be used by the main menu. UI manager, everything here is gonna use the UI manager, so that would be stupid to put it in every one of them. The scene manager is gonna be used as well. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Create the shortcut to this board, and nope, it's this one. So it's gonna use this. And I think that's it. Then controller rebind system is gonna use the input system directly. Inventory, UI system, what color are we gonna do you? I don't know. Color. Honestly, light blue is not a bad choice, I think. Yeah. No, I like better this, like this, I guess. You're gonna be blue, and you're gonna be clear. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Yeah, another thing that I was thinking that we're gonna need is something to move the aim, since our game is gonna be 360 and the player is gonna use the normal attack or the missile system to the missile factory to throw its things. It's gonna have an exit point in that sense. But what I did, at least in the prototype that I just did, that I did a while ago, was that the cannon can move around in general. So it would be an arm rotation system, kind of. Yeah. It's gonna be here differently, and you are gonna be green. Okay, that's something that I'm still thinking. No, because we're gonna have to use the input system as well to the arm rotation. Oh yeah, that's what I was doing. Inventory UI is gonna use the inventory system. We're gonna put it here. It's gonna use the missile system. That's gonna be the back end of our thing. Missile UI system, that's gonna be there. Normal attack, scanner, color light system, that's gonna be different. Or actually, it's, yeah, the color UI system, it's something that we also need. Color UI system. Here. We're gonna put it here. Okay, that's perfect. And the BAP system, of course, it's gonna be needed for the map UI system. The color UI system is gonna use the area light. Where is it? Yeah, the color UI system is gonna use the area light. You are gonna come here. We're gonna take care of everything little by little, as we should. The Quest UI system. I think, yeah, exactly. I already did that, so we're good. We're gonna use create shortcut and come to the Quest UI system. And the settings manager is gonna have, where is the settings manager? Settings manager is gonna be here in the UI system. Settings UI system. So once again, here in the settings manager, we're gonna need the audio manager. Here in the settings, the game time no, but the rebind, it's gonna need the input system. We're gonna use the input system as well inside the settings manager. And that would be it. Environment systems, we're gonna need also save stations. Ay, hola. Gracias. Save stations and checkpoint. System, you know, that's gonna be necessary as well. And this one is brown, like Charlie. Okay, what else? Player state machine. Let's look at everything and think, does this needs a UI system or not? So let's see. A game manager doesn't particularly, no, this is for development. So pause the game, game over, handle. Yeah, the game over scene would need, or the game over part would need a little bit of UI, but it's not an entire system, I guess. Or maybe a little bit, yeah. Well, it would be the connected to the loading system, because at the end of the day we would load the last save. So the input system does need a UI, which is gonna be the rebind system, controller rebind UI system. Let's not forget the UI, because otherwise we can confound, like mistake the controller rebind system, the UI, with the input system. So that's why we're putting UI in front of each one of them. The save and load system does need UI that's gonna be handled in the main menu and in the save station. In the main menu UI system, and yeah, this would be the backend. So here we're gonna create a shortcut and put it inside here. Yeah, perfect. The UI manager is the backbone of the UI, so we don't need like an actual. The scene management, we do it not in the UI, maybe a little bit, but just in the main menu scene. The rest is for us devs. Game Time Manager is for us. And actually we're gonna need an entity time manager, which is gonna come here. It's actually gonna be the first one that we should do, honestly. Should do this one first. The audio manager is gonna have the SFX system or manager. This would be more like a manager, and a different one for the music manager. These two are different from each other. Settings manager. What was in settings manager was audio manager systems. So this is the back end of the settings. So rebind and audio input and graphics actually. Well, graphics I'm not gonna, well, yeah, I actually should. We should put a graphics system. Or manager. That way we can lower the need if the player doesn't want I don't know if one wants either lower graphics or higher graphics, depending on the need of its PC, of the use of its PC. We can modify it with this. So the graphics manager is gonna be here, and we're gonna also need a graphics UI manager, which is gonna come don't have an audio UI system. Yeah, it's gonna come in here in the setting systems. Setting managers, yeah, exactly. Graphics and audio UI system. Audio manager. Yeah. Audio manager UI system. Perfect. That's gonna come in the settings, and it's gonna affect directly. We're gonna do graphics manager, create a shortcut, and we're gonna also do the audio manager. I'm gonna create a shortcut, even though I think we already did that one. So the graphics manager is gonna come here, and the audio manager is gonna come here. That's pretty good. So let's continue. The player state machine doesn't need a UI system. The inventory does need a UI system, and we already have it. Movement is not gonna be needing a UI system. Arm rotation is not gonna be needing a UI system. even if the sensibility could, nah, it has to be precise. The normal attack as well doesn't need a system, or actually I'm not sure if the normal attack is gonna be one or it's gonna be different ones, you know? Or two, maybe, you know? Maybe I was thinking about something like Hollow Knight, and I was thinking something like, yeah, something like Metroid, where you shoot. But for now we're gonna leave it, even if the normal attack could. Missile system does need a UI, it's already in it. The scanner system doesn't need a UI. Ooh, the bestiary. The bestiary is something that we haven't put on. Bestiary. So we're gonna have the bestiary system. That is gonna be world. It's gonna be between, like, just after the quest. I think the bestiary is more important than the quests actually in my game. And here, and we're gonna need a bestiary UI system. Bestiary UI system. Ugh. Bestiary UI system, I have no idea where it's gonna be. It's gonna be there, okay? And here. Bestiary system. Create a shortcut. And we're gonna put it in here. Okay, perfect. We can't forget the bestiary system. Just because I'm thinking about it, we're gonna do the enemy attack. System. And I would love to do an enemy reaction system. Enemy reaction system. That way, for example, if the player we're far more into the game, we're fighting the next enemies, the later enemies, they could react if we dash, sometimes just jump over or react in some way, you know? So, yeah, that's gonna be good. Color light system, the entity time manager, health system, health UI. Yeah, I guess that would be in the should we put health? I'm not sure if we should put, well, it's gonna be a different one. So it's gonna be, for example, if we put an enemy UI like health UI system, it can use the same health system as this, but it's not gonna be the same as the player health UI system. So this one goes in here. And actually, well, that could be handled in the save and load system, but we're gonna do a different one that's gonna be enemy spawner manager. Yeah. And this one is gonna be in no. Yeah, I think it would be in the world game systems. So here we're gonna put this in this color, and that way we can use the additive save and load system in order to the scene manager. When we activate and load a scene, we can call this enemy spawner, and that way we can spawn what needs to be spawned. As well, in that sense, we also need a collectible spawner manager for each zone. Collectible spawner manager. Yeah, I'm not sure if we need it. We're gonna put it there for now, but it also gives me the collectible the collectible manager, collectible system. We're gonna talk. This one goes here. No, it's in brown. This one's in red. And I think we're pretty good. An area animation state machine, collider state machine, deal damage, receive damage, health system, area light system, projectile factory, object pool, color state machine. Yeah, all of that doesn't need a UI. They're interactables. Have doors, levers and switches, simple interactions, dialogue systems. Yeah, the dialogue UI, that's something that we're gonna need. Is it there already? Yeah, exactly. We're not gonna need this. We're gonna put it here. And we're gonna call the dialogue system inside the UI. Dialogue system, yeah. Here we're gonna put the color that we want. Perfect. So the dialogue system also needs a UI system. Then enemy state machine, perfect. Enemy health, UI system, perfect. Enemy attack, enemy reaction system, and we're done. Environment systems, yeah. Hazards, colors, platforms, yeah. All of that doesn't need a UI system. And I think we're pretty good. Something that I wanted to do was also how would you call that? Feedback system. I was planning on making in Astral Ascent. That's D3 Kuka. In Astral Ascent, this game for example, as you play, when the attacks come, look at that. You have these red area that shows and that allows the player to know what is gonna do, what's gonna do. So, oh yeah, the missiles everywhere. That is so cool. But yeah, there's a lot of information if you don't know this game, but just look at the attacks here. You have this little red area that shows up, that shows where the next attack is gonna hit, and that way you can move out. I think this is clear game design, and it depends on each game. For example, Silksong, I don't think it would benefit from this kind of design, but I want to do this kind of design, so it's gonna be a hurt feedback system. That is in the enemies and the environmental. So let's create a shortcut, enemy attack, and let's create a shortcut, environmental hazards. But the hurt feedback system is gonna be more in the world. No, it's one layer after that. We're gonna put it in the enemy system for now, because it's the main one that it's gonna use. Environmental hazards are gonna use it, but not that much. So we're gonna put a note just to explain what it is. So this system will make that when an enemy attacks, you can see where the attack is going to land, just like in Astral Ascent. Perfect. Just like in Astral Ascent. You are gonna go to the middle. Nope. To the middle. Perfect. And yeah, that is important. It's just gonna call for an action and put it a time, put it an animation or something. And yeah, we're gonna do and the size, I think it's gonna be. So I think we're pretty good. I think we've done a lot, a whole lot. And what else would be needed? Combat melee range system, hit detection of colliders and raycast. A raycast system. Well, raycast is pretty easy with Unity. So attack buffering and cancelling logic. Yeah, that's gonna be handled in our player state machine, on the sub state machine. Damage knockback. That is, honestly, I think that the received damage, we should separate it. We should separate this and put deal knockback that we're gonna put here, and another one that's gonna be called receive knockback. So this one and this one, blah. This one and this one are gonna be in blue. Perfect. Perfect. Health component, so player and enemies share the same logic. Invulnerability frames are gonna be used in the, where was it? Collider state machine. Those are, yeah, there we go. Those are the ones that are gonna be used. Collider state machine. So death, respawn, and modular abilities. Yeah, the modular abilities are gonna be handled in the inventory system. An ability to unlock progression, toggle based upgrades, world system, scene management, transition and triggers between rooms. Yeah, that's gonna be in the camera system to transition from one room to another. So I already have a specific way of thinking how to do it. Parallax backgrounds. Ooh, that's actually something that I kind of forgot, which would be parallax system. Come on. Parallax system. That's gonna be, well, it's not well, it is important, but it's not the most important between these. So we're gonna put it there. Save which rooms the player has visited, which is gonna be the map system. Icons for items, save points, bosses. Yeah, bosses are gonna be a bigger version of enemy system. Doors, yeah. Hand drawn wheel, save which room, icons, save points, and bosses. That's gonna be in the manager system, in the map system. So, joder, tu puta madre. Here in the map system, we're gonna have, well, the map. In that sense, map completion or map system, main map system. We're gonna have also pin systems. I think it's the best way to say it. Icons. We're gonna have pins. I hate little bugs. System. We're gonna have collectibles. That way we can give the player yeah, we can give the player, how to say it, at some point in the game we can give him an object that will show him the collectibles that are missing. So the collectibles in map, the bosses in map, that's gonna be important. And we're gonna use just one system, should be enough. inside the map UI system, inside the map UI system, where is it? It's here. We have the map system, and we also are gonna have, please, would you let me, why can I, okay, my app just stopped working. There we go. The map UI system, here we're gonna have the main map UI, main map UI, that's gonna take care of showing us what has been revealed or not. And here we're gonna put the individual, no, the, I want to put here something like just a system that is gonna come on top of the map. For example, if you find this thing that is gonna be show you the collectibles that you're missing, instead of doing a pin for when you need when for missiles, a pin for missile upgrades, a pin for health upgrades, a pin for each one of the collectibles. I think the best way to do it would be just to make a pin about anything, give it different categories, and an image to put on. I think that's so it would be a pin UI system. Here we're gonna need pin type categories, which are gonna be, for example, the player is gonna have one pin to show him on the map. We're gonna have a boss pin category. We're gonna have a pin, that way the player can pin things in the map. Metroidvania, for a Metroidvania, that's for me really important. We're gonna have, for example, missile upgrade. For now, that's what we know. A power up pin. We're gonna have, well, this one's gonna go back. We're gonna not that. Wait, what just happened there? Oh yeah, it's just a space bar. Okay. We're gonna have health upgrade, missile upgrade, health upgrade, and we're gonna have, what else? I was thinking about something, light upgrade, because which I'm thinking about doing with the health. That's a design decision that I haven't completely took. So and we're gonna carajo. And we're gonna need another category that are gonna be the variables, kind of the pin. That way when we enter the map, it's gonna just look at what it needs for the variables and just draw each pin in the map, you know? So in the variables, we're gonna need a position to see where the pin is gonna be, so X and Y. We're gonna need a boolean to see if the pin can be revealed to the player or not. So showed. For example, health upgrades, light upgrades, missile upgrades, power-ups, bosses, those are not gonna be... Yeah, those are not gonna be able to... The player is not gonna be able to see those until they unlocked something or they pass through the room that has this. So that way we can show it or not. And another thing that we do need is the image that it has, and maybe a text box or an info box could be interesting. We're gonna put it just in case. Info box. And yeah, that's gonna be mainly the variables of our pin. I don't know if we need something more. Pin type categories, we also need save stations for the pin type. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Oh yeah, the parallax background actually doesn't work that much with us, since where is it? The parallax system. See if necessary, because we're maybe gonna use, well, we are gonna use 3D. We're gonna use 3D. But maybe parallax could be interesting to make a parallax system that would make it more real in that sense. I don't know how to say it. But maybe the parallax system isn't something that we would need. Sorry. Doors, okay. Levers, okay. Simple interaction systems, okay. We would need something like buttons, in the sense that, well, yeah, levers and switches could be activated. Yeah, I think we can do that. Something like normal. No, we're gonna do different, like, levers and switches. We're gonna have type, action needed. So we're gonna need either a normal attack to action it, a missile, any type, or actually maybe the best is a missile, any missile, no, any missile, a specific missile, and a light one. Color, light. And that way we can use doors should have something similar. Maybe even the doors and levers and switches are gonna be the same as we're gonna have sorry, we're gonna have a simple interaction system for the levers and doors or things that you have to hit, and another one of things that you have to just like press E, you know, or something like that. I don't know. We're gonna see that. Dialogue system, doors, yeah. I think that's mostly the main thing that we need in that. Environmental puzzles. I wanted to do physics things, but that's a different story. Like pushing an object that in the if you put a crate in that zone, you're gonna trigger something, you know. Yeah, kind of like a trigger zone. Yeah, trigger zone that needs a specific object, maybe, or that needs any object. Trigger detection zone would be or more like detection trigger zone. And that's gonna be in entity system, I would guess. Yep, or interactables. Maybe more interactables, or yeah, no. Can be used on enemies as well to detect if you're more far or closer. So we're gonna do that, and different categories. Detection type. So this trigger is gonna detect if there's an object there, if the player is there, if there's a specific object there, if there's a specific object there, the player is there, and I think we're gonna find other use cases for that. And for example, the detection trigger zone could be used also to be able to interact and start the dialogue, you know, in the dialogue system. So that's great. I think we're doing pretty good. So the enemy is gonna have multiple states, is gonna have spawn and despawn from rooms, and it's gonna have yeah, attacks and behavior like that. So that's gonna be handled in the enemy state machine. Then item pickup system, it's gonna be the collectibles, so health, abilities, collectibles. Hmm. But yeah, that would be more like simple interaction systems. Yeah. And automatic integration with the save system. Yeah. Here, simple dialogue framework. Yeah. Interactions. Branching of quest progression, which could be cool because there's this thing that is used. It's called Inkly. I don't know if it's still used. Unity. Yeah, Inkle. So Inkle is a very good way to use a dialogue system. I don't know if it has a localization because it should have. Ink player window, automatic custom inspector for ink files, to-dos and file relationships. That could be cool. Runtime API and ink syntax highlight. Yeah, but the dialog system that we're gonna do should be like made from home, you know. Like camera, boundaries for the camera. Yeah, we're gonna start putting that. So camera boundaries. Yeah. Camera follow cursor, because I want to do something like that. Then health, energy, or yeah, I think we're gonna do the inventory part of how much missiles are gonna still there, how much. Yeah, I don't think we need like more than that, than health and missiles, just like in Metroid. I think it's a great framework to I think the blueprint of Hollow Knight and Super Metroid in the gameplay, and Hollow Knight in the programming. Those are two great methods. Menus, pause, settings, inventory map, dialogue, animations and transitions, audio system, background music, dynamic layering, yeah, sound effects, and okay, perfect. Object pooling, an event system that we're gonna use with Unity. And honestly, we should have a player event system or an entity event system. That way we can put an event system that's gonna be on the player, for example, on player death, on ability unlocked, and things like that. But we could do an entity event system. That way when it dies, it calls the event on enemy death, and that way we can put, I don't know, collectibles there or things like that. So I don't know if we should separate it, because the event system for the player is way different than the event system for the enemies. I'm thinking if we can reconcile both of them. On enemy death. Yeah, it's gonna have to be two different. So a player event system which is gonna come here. We're gonna do things like, for now, on player death. We're gonna put just examples, you know, just not to lose ourselves. Or something like on ability unlocked, things like that. And a different system for the enemies, like enemy event system. So the enemy event system, it's actually maybe, yeah, we're gonna do here something like, for example, on enemy death, or, oh, good to have you back, Sam. So the enemy event system would be on enemy death, on enemy hurt, on enemy appear, and things like on enemy attack, you know? Why is that like that, you know? Ah, okay, I know why. Yeah, there it is. Ugh. On enemy attack, so that's gonna make our event system better. The enemy event system. Maybe there's gonna be an event system with this, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Yeah. Then we'll have the data, which is gonna be handled by the save system. Data config, debug tools. Yeah, the debug tools is gonna, yeah, that's something that I said that I was gonna research more later. Debugging and testing is gonna be way important in what we're doing right now. So we can put from the start a debugging and testing method, and that way we can build upon that and test and debug way easier if we think about that from the start. You know? Yeah. Yeah, asset organization, naming convention, the setup for the GitHub, which is gonna be necessary. I'm gonna need also an achievements, system, which is gonna go kind of, it's the same as the quest system, but the achievement system, it's gonna have the Steam. Like for me, it's, you have the quests that are gonna be in the main UI, like main quest, you have to rescue the princess over there or things like that. But a part of it, like besides that, you're gonna have the achievement system, which is gonna be like jump 100 times, you know, or something like that. Kill I don't know how many enemies. So an achievement system could be cool, and we can connect that directly to Steam, and that way we can perfectly use the achievement system, and every time that he has an achievement, the player has an achievement, it also has a Unity achievement, you know? I think we're pretty good. This was a very important work that I wanted to do before even starting to program, because I think it's important, really important to do this. For example, if we started again with the movement, for example, which is one of the first things that developers do, and that I did when I had less experience, there was a point in here when we would have thought, oh, what if we want to rebind controls? What if we want those kind of scenarios? So we would have to refactor everything here. But now, with the work that we've done today, we have the input system, so we know that the movement is gonna be based on that input system, and it's gonna help us not have to refactor everywhere and all the time. The graphics manager, I don't know if it's gonna maybe have accessibility options. That's gonna be another thing that I'm gonna do later. So yeah, this is not bad at all. Cutscenes, that's another thing that I was forgetting, but I don't plan to do much of cutscenes, but I should. No, there's a few moments, for example, at the end of the game, or there are moments where a cutscene is gonna be necessary. So we do have to have a cutscene manager. Cutscene system and cutscene manager, I think we're gonna... Well, no, we may only need a cutscene system here, which is gonna be in... maybe here, no, that's later. So we're gonna put it here. A cutscene, honestly, is gonna be one of the bottom ones. Cutscene manager, or cutscene system, nope, not that one. Yeah, cutscene system. Okay, we're not so bad. I think that we're pretty good with this functionality and with this work. So I think we're gonna call it a day today, and I like it because I think that we have a better view of how the development is gonna go, and yeah, we're gonna have a lot of fun developing this. So yeah, I think this is gonna be the end of the stream. Thanks for everyone stopping by. Sam, Manu, that was really important for me, and I cherish it a lot. And that was a good first Shadow stream. Because before I was gonna say programming stream, I say programming stream, but today we didn't program, and we're gonna have moments where we're gonna do game design or system design, just like we did today, of separating each system. We're gonna have moments where we're not gonna program, but we're gonna work on this game. So I can't say that there are programming streams. So we're gonna say that there are design streams, or in this case there's gonna be Shadow streams. So yeah, thanks everyone for being here, and we're gonna see each other tomorrow. I don't know if tomorrow we're gonna do a Shadow stream or if we're gonna do a gaming stream. We're gonna see that tomorrow. I want to start playing Pseudo Regalia, which is a game that I want to play for a long time. But for now, it's gonna be all for today. Thanks everyone for being here, and we'll see each other tomorrow. Bye.